Ready? You're chilling. You not chill, bro.
Hello. Let's wait another minute and then we're gonna start. Quick question, if you can hear me. All right. Cool. All right, let's go. If anything's wrong with the audio or video, let me know in the chat. Then I will try to fix it. Right. Welcome to the first, or zeros rather, episode of Programming Polyglot, a live programming series of mine that I will start right now, in which I will, in each episode, pick a different programming language. Recommendations, suggestions are welcome. And in each episode, I'll pick a different programming language and implement essentially the same like toy application with it, such that we can see how they look in each language. I might switch it up at some point if it gets like too boring, but for now we're gonna do that, and I'll show you in a second what exactly excuse me, what exactly the application is gonna look like. First things first, the idea is that I want to essentially explore each language together with you, the audience. Today, for the first one, as you might have already seen in the title, I picked Kotlin. I do know that quite well already, but the reason is that, because this is the first try, I didn't want to go with something very obscure. Still though, I did not prepare anything and will not for the other episodes either, because I want to do it live and as I said, explore the language and its standard library and the application together with you, the audience. Right. Then last thing before we're going to look at the application and like a very short list of requirements, you could say, I will publish everything that you'll see in this public Git repository right here. I'll drop the link in the comments, I guess, and you can check it out afterwards, and even run it on your local machine if you would wish. Cool. Then let's go onto this small diagram that I prepared. There's already a video where I explain all of this, but since it's the first episode, I'll quickly cover it again. So what we're gonna do is a web crawler. If you have no clue what that is, no worries, it's gonna become very clear in a second. So what we're gonna do is we start with a URL, just some link on the World Wide Web, the seed you might also say, which we provide. That's the only input essentially provide to our application, and then the goal is to request that website, just HTTP GET request, such that we get its HTML. I mean, hopefully this HTML. If not, then we have to skip that one, I guess. And the idea is that we start as the seed with the homepage of the programming language project. So today, kotlinlang.org. And then when we get the HTML, such as something like this, we want to find all the links to other pages on this page. That is in HTML, in case you don't know, the A tag for anchor. So this one right here, let me zoom in here. And in this href attribute, we have the link that links somewhere. And yeah, as you see, this will end up looking like this. If you did some HTML before, this is no news to do. So what we do is we essentially collect all of these links into a set or something, some collection that are on a page. Then what we do next is we parse each link into its pieces. This is how a URL typically looks like. You have the protocol, of course, the subdomain or multiple subdomains, the domain name itself, and the top level domain, so the ending. And this stuff here together without subdomain and protocol is also called the root domain. And then what we want to do is parse this into some sort of data object, a struct, or whatever the language may offer. So today, probably a data class, since Kotlin has those. Next step then is, because essentially what we're getting out of this, if you think about it, the World Wide Web is, if you start from some distinct point, it's a tree, right? So number one right here, this first node would be our kotlinlang.org starting point. And if you think about that, 2, 3, and 4 are all the links on that page. This over time would build this tree, of course, because now 2 also has another few links. I mean, it's just an example, obviously, but 2 also has links again, and so on and so forth. And this is essentially infinitely deep. I mean, there's some end at some point, or more likely it wraps around at some point. You have some cycle. We're not going to go this far, although the goal, of course, is to actually run it. Right, and what we're going to do, what's important here is there's 2 ways to essentially traverse this tree, either which is depth first, so you first go to the first link and then go to that first link on that page and that first link and so on, and go this whole chain. Problem is, this is likely going to take very long until it ends, right? So what is probably going to be more interesting is what's called breadth first search. So we're going to go like this, from left to right, such that we first check out number 2 link, the 3 and 4, and only then check out the next ones right here. This will likely yield more interesting results because, yeah, you have a broader range of sites you visit. Presumably so, at least. And then the final step is, so we do this recursively, essentially in a loop. There has to be some stopping condition. I will see either if it ran for long enough or certain amount of pages we crawled over. We'll see. Final step is to print out some statistics. So this could be which domains we saw, which ending we saw, how often, or as an example right here, which protocol, so secure HTTP or regular one. Stuff like this. We'll see in a moment. Right, that's essentially the toy application we're going to build. Of course, the idea is that this is fully functional, albeit a bit primitive, maybe. Right. Just one thing I wanted to point out, since wasn't sure if I made it clear enough. Even though today in the first episode with Kotlin, I do know the language quite a bit, I will still make sure to explain everything properly. So even if you have no prior Kotlin experience, this should be understandable. If not, let me know in the chat, then I'll make it understandable. Right, then let's go. So what I did is I'm going to program all of this in Visual Studio Code, since I presumed there's going to be the most support for like languages, because I do want to pick some in general in the later episodes that I have little or no experience with myself, and as I said, explore together with the audience. And this I figured has a pretty wide range of languages as support, so that's why we're going to do that. Right, let's get started. First things first, I'm going to create a new branch such that you can find us later on Git, as I said. We're going to call this 000 Kotlin. So that's just our Git branch. And as well a directory. So you have both a branch and a directory later. In the directory, let's just start with something, I don't know, crawler.kt. So a Kotlin file always .kt. The name doesn't really matter. So compared to other languages, it doesn't have to be called some specific name, can be anything. So let's just start writing something. The only thing that is important, and actually if you type here main, because it does have some auto-completion, the only thing that is important is that you have some function in the file that you want to call that is called main. That is required. It needs that to start. So let's do just that and actually print something, you know, just to see if it works. And what we're going to do is we're going to compile this on the command line with Kotlin C, which is the compiler. This is just installed this beforehand such that we can get right away going. Well, actually, first let's go into our folder. Let me first drink a sip. Yes, Kotlin C, sorry. You have to give it the names of the files. So for this now, I'm gonna make this properly later, I guess, with some object orientation, so probably multiple files, but yeah. One for now. The other thing we have to do is include the runtime such that we can use the built-in send library, such as, for instance, print line. And then an output, I don't know, crawler.jar. I'm going to compile this into a jar file such that we can run on the JVM because I want to use some. I actually notice that. I actually noticed that this is behind. There we go. Now I can see it behind the webcam screen. Right, some into a jar file. Sorry, that we can run on the JVM. There's other ways to run Kotlin, as a matter of fact, but this is I'm gonna do this way since then we can use Java's libraries as well, which is quite nice. Right, we're gonna compile it into this jar and then just run it actually with the Java command line tool. I'm gonna give it crawler.jar. And that should actually be it. Let's run that. It will probably take a moment, at least the first time around. And yeah, right, okay, it says warning, we're never using the arguments, but that doesn't matter, it's just a warning for now. And it does print hello, so that works fine. Right, so let's continue. Let me see here. Yeah, cool. Okay, I'll keep this here at the bottom and then we can rerun it. So the first thing I guess we need to do is be able to get contents of a website, right? So I, for this case, have an idea already, which is that Java has this Java URL, this class, which is, yeah, the representation of a URL. Why is this interesting to us? I happen to know, and of course this will be a bit different in the future episodes, that Kotlin has an extension function such that you can get the contents of the URL behind this in like automatically UTF-8 formatted everything, which is read text. I think if we Google that, probably we'll find it. Otherwise, I'll explain it. Yes. Yes. So just quickly, if you never did Kotlin before, what are extension functions? So all you can do essentially with this is extend or patch on a method onto an existing class that otherwise you have no access to. So of course this is Java.net URL, so this is shipped with the JDK, JRE, the runtime. So usually we couldn't just say add something there, right? This is what you can do with the extension function. So you can just give it some name and then implement. Here's not the implementation, of course, but let's check it out actually in the source, I guess. And they literally just read the bytes and put it into a string of UTF-8. So nothing super fancy, but that's going to be quite useful, at least for now. Maybe using something, sorry, more sophisticated later on. Let's see. So what we need for that is import, and I think, I'm not sure if I can do this automatically here, so I'm going to type it out. Java.net URL. Right. So let's make it quite easy and actually call that. So if we take a URL and I guess, yeah, no, let's hardcode it for now, I guess. https://kotlinlang.org .read text. Of course, this is a very primitive way to do it. Ideally, you would do a proper HTTP request, which this does in the background, but yeah. Get started, we can do it like this. Of course, the plan is to refactor it as we're going. So let's run this again. and see what's happening. Right, and here we go. So this looks a bit ugly, or actually very ugly, but we're having all of the HTML of the page in here. So this is the same essentially as if we would go, or not essentially, it is the same. So if we would go on kotlinlang.org and check out the HTML right here. So this is exactly the same, just dumped into just black on white, white on black text in the terminal right here. So it looks pretty ugly, but it's the exact same. So what we need to do next, even though this doesn't look that good yet, is get all the A tags. Or maybe actually, while I'm on it, let's directly make it a bit better. So this shouldn't live here, but we can still print starting. Okay, let's use a proper class right now, because I mean Kotlin is object-oriented after all. This is crawler. Does it need some fields? Not really for now. It needs a single function called retrieve website contents, I guess, or something like that. And this can be private, because no one really needs to know and call this from the outside. So yeah, again, if you never did Java or Kotlin or anything, it just means that outside of the class, no one can invoke the method. From here we couldn't call it. So I guess actually we need one field, I just realized. But let's finish this first. So we have a URL string, and then this. And we can just return that for now. One thing we probably need in a moment is some sort of exception handling, because of course this can go wrong. Well, this cannot go wrong yet because it's hard coded, I realize. Okay, give it the actual URL. So we pass in what we receive here and get the text and just return that. And that returns a string, which is, you do it like that in Kotlin at the end here. I just realized we actually do need one thing as a field, so some state of our class. At least at the very beginning, we need the seed that we want to start with, right? So what I'm gonna give it here is, I'm gonna explain this in a moment, seed URL, I guess, string. So what happens is if you now instantiate this class, I mean, we can do it right here. Why does it say print ln? What happened there? Crawler. So val is just to do a variable. In Kotlin, difference being that if you do val, it's you cannot override it again. So I couldn't say later crawler now is something else. It would not even compile. And the other option is var, which is the opposite. So you can override it, meaning that by default, it does make sense to use val because that will leave you with a lot less bugs usually. Since, yeah, usually you don't want to override if there's no reason. Right. By the way, let me know in the chat if it's like way too easy, or how do you say, like if what I'm explaining is all of you know that already, then I'll skip the very basic stuff. Otherwise, if you like it like this, then I'm gonna continue. Yeah, would be nice if someone comments something that would help me immensely. Cool. So let's instantiate our crawler with our seed. Going at a good pace, I see. Sponkadonk, thanks by the way for watching, very nice. And so let's do that. All right. Okay, so now we just give it this single argument right here of our seed and receive it here. This looks a bit funky. All this does is that if you do it like this in the parentheses right after the name, it's like a constructor in Java or other languages that are object-oriented. So you, instead of having an actual constructor, like in Java, you would do something like that, right? In here, if you just need it as a field, you can just do it in line here. So you just say this is a private field with this name, and that's the type. And then you can skip out on doing like, hey, I have a private val that's called seed URL. Instead, you just dump it in here, and it's like implicitly binding it to this. So now in here we could say CTRL, and we have access to that. But it is still private, so no one outside can see it. So that looks good. The other thing that we do need is something to start this. So I guess start. I'm not sure if that's a good name, but whatever. We don't need to give it anything because we already have the CTRL. So now we're just gonna call retrieve, for now at least, retrieve website contents and print them out to see if that's still working. I mean, why wouldn't it? But let's try anyhow, because we have a bit more code already. More small, because it's not gonna fit very soon. Yeah, if it's getting too small, let me know, or too big or whatever. I don't know. Right. Starting, and I guess here we can also print. Hey, what the hell was that? Some weird accent key. Ah, yeah, okay, sorry. This is existing is also nice, but no. Exiting, cool. And then we have our crawler right here, and then we just simply say crawler.start. Cool. This looks good to me. To try it out once more, and we should see the exact same. I hope. Yes, and also says exiting. Cool. I'd say I'm gonna commit this already right now. The only thing I don't want, well, to have this in here, but then we're just not gonna commit it. So I'm just gonna commit this into the Git repository so you have the steps one at a time. I mean, I could have done this a bit earlier maybe, but it's fine. Right, I've never used the Git thing in here. Okay, seems to be pretty easy. Scaffold main class, I guess. Alright, so we committed that, and I guess this is to push. I mean, don't have to push every time around, but yeah. Cool, seems to have worked. Let's continue. So now you should be able to find it, and we can check just that. On the branch, yes, and here's actually our file already. Nice, so that works. Cool, let's continue. Yeah, this is a bit stupid. We don't want to print anything here, although we do need the website, the seed contents. So I guess let's call it seed contents. You can, just another thing in Kotlin, you can give it the type like this, as we did with the return type here, but you can also let it infer it. So you can leave it out, and it will guess what the type is, and yeah, and it will be a string eventually because this returns a string. However, now I think I will do it like this because it's a lot easier to read on a stream, in my opinion, if you see what the hell this variable is, because later if we have 50 different ones, it might be a bit shit. All right, so next thing we need, I guess, is to get all the A tags, or at least one. So there's two ways to do this, I guess. An ugly one and a not so ugly one. So the first one we could do is if we have our A tag like here, so it would look something like that. href, yeah, I guess let's take this as an example. Yeah, there would be quotes here, although single quotes also work, I believe. Right, so this is what a valid A tag would look like. So the one option we have is, because we have the seed contents right here in a string now, we could iterate over this string, right, character by character. So the bracket first and the A and so on. What we could do is try to see if once we find an A that has a bracket in front of it, or maybe an A that has a space after it and a bracket or something like this. But that would mean we have to do character per character and then go back in the index and stuff. Not so nice. That would work. However, I'll try to do it a bit better and explain now how, which is with a regular expression. If you don't know what that is, no worries, I'll explain it right now. Let's grab this example right here and do the following. So I think this is going to be a bit better than doing it. If it doesn't work out, I'm going to do it the shitty way, but it should be cooler like this. So let's go to a page called regex101.com. And what we can do is write our regex right here. So what is a regular expression? It simply means that you have, I figure I should explain this. If you notice, I'm sorry. But otherwise, if I lose anyone here, nothing's going to make sense for the next 20 minutes. So that would be sad. So what you essentially can do is write some piece of text. I'm going to just start easy like this. And essentially a language of sort that you can encode in, that you want to find certain expressions within text. So a very easy way to start is just this. So what this would do is just match, and actually here at the side you can see like a description. Matches the characters, bracket A, literally case sensitive. So if we have this as our regular expression, as our script or whatever, as you can see, it does match this. You see it's highlighted in blue, and it says here also match. However, if we now, let's say, put something in the middle, it doesn't match anymore, right? Because it doesn't match this pattern. So you make a pattern. I think pattern is also a good way to explain it. You put a pattern in here, and it tries to match that. So now what I can do, of course, you can literally type out the string in here, but that's not really helpful. But you can have like wildcards and placeholders. So we could say, that's what I'm going to try now, everything between the single quotes, that's what I'm interested in, right? So there's a way to do this, or you can essentially encode anything in regex. Let me give you an example. I think that's a bit easier to understand. If you have like a phone number, of course, of a certain country, I don't know, US phone number or something, they all have a certain format, I think so at least. So you could write a regex quite easily that will tell you, is this a valid US phone number or is it not? And on top of that, you could get like certain parts, I don't know, the region code, or I don't know what a US phone number has, but you get what I'm saying. So this is what regex typically is used for. This though also great use case. So what I'm gonna do is I wanna so the problem is, in case you're not aware, an A tag, generally in HTML of course, you can dump all sorts of other things in here. So let's put one that's likely, that's quite likely to be in there, which is a class. I don't know, to have some CSS styling or something. But this could be at any point in the thing, right? It could be here, it could be at the end. Actually, let's put some ID here just to make it really like proper. I don't know, link, no idea. Well, this makes not a lot of sense, but whatever. So now what we want essentially to do is you want to find the href, right? Or essentially we want to find href equals sign, because we know what follows after in the quotes. And mine here, as you can see, it allows either double or single quotes. Both are legal HTML code. What's inside of these quotes, that's what we're interested in. And there's a way also in the regex engine to grab certain things out of here. So you can say, give me the match X. As you can see, currently we have this matched. So what I'm going to do is the following. First thing is a capturing group. All that's going to do is you can write like multiple things at a time behind each other. And what we want to match is essentially everything, I think, that is not the closing bracket. Because that will allow us that whatever someone puts here, it's all skipped, because we don't really care what someone put here. We just care about the href. So what we're going to say here is, and this I have to explain, of course, now. Angle brackets are a certain like character string, and then what we need here is to negate something. So what we want to do, or let me do it first, is the bracket. So now this would try to match single character present. Actually it says here single character present in a set, and then this. But what we want to do is not match that, which is done with the what is this called? I don't know in English. I'm not even sure. This character, meaning that what follows is negated. So we don't want that. And as you can see, it already matches the space right here, because it is not a bracket. So this literally matches anything but a bracket. And now what we want to do is match infinitely many of those. Which is done with a star. Right. So as you can see, it matches this previous token between 0 and unlimited times. So 0 is also okay. and which makes me wonder if we want actually 1 or 0 unlimited. No, 0 is fine, I think. Now, what we need next is to stop once we see href, right? Because currently this would just skip everything. As you can see, actually, it does realize at some point the string is over. Sorry, the A tag's over. So next thing we need is to find the href. And I think we can just do this. So now we at least found this. And as you can see, we have some matches here already. Yeah, one thing I just realized we also want. So the thing is, you'll see this, we'll put it into a group because I put these brackets around it to have it like, the parentheses, to have it like enclosed that this is one matcher, so to say. But I'm not really interested in the actual match, you know, it's just to discard it in essence. So what you can do is, I believe, I guess either it's this way around or the other way around. Yeah, with this you can say it's a non-capturing group. So this is still interpreted as a group of things. So not a closing bracket infinite amount of times, or unlimited rather. But we're not interested in capturing it, so it's gone again here. Right. What we need now is the ticks here. This is a bit more difficult because both are allowed, but this also can do that quite easily. We're going to use this set thing here again. So this, as we saw already, it matches something in this set. It's going to be either a tick, and now you can see it already matches that, or which is just like a pipe, as in many other languages. I think at least it's a pipe. Or a double quote. Yeah, now here's, yes. Problem, of course, is because we're later gonna, you can see it, put it into a string, like the pattern. It doesn't like this because the string also starts with this, so you have to escape it with a backslash. So this just says, hey, what follows is the literal character. I think it also says here. Yeah, matches the character, double quote, literally. And now, I'm not sure if we have to do it without this. Yeah, let's see. I'm not sure if we need the set thing or... Oh, wait, I think we can do it like this and without the... Yeah, like this is fine. Aha, okay. Yeah, matches anything in the character, and that's our two characters. Okay, sorry, in the set. So we match everything that is in... There's either a single quote or double quote. I'm again putting it into a capturing group. This time I want to capture it though. The reason you'll see in a moment. Right, so now becomes the interesting part. We want to have this thing here. So what we need to do is capture anything because we don't... Oh wait, no, we want that it starts with HTTP because of course what you can do, you can just link to something on your own page. So you can say /home.html. That's also fine. So that's gonna break this pattern. So we want that it starts with HTTP to be really sure that's like external link, even though I think it's technically not mandatory, but yeah, let's assume for now it is. HTTP though, because it could also be S. Now we could do the same thing here again, let's say either an S or a RA, but doesn't really matter because what we can just do now is match anything, any character, which is a dot. So it's just like a wildcard. Matches any character. And we want it at least once, right? Because we want to have something here. And then up to unlimited amount of times, which is a plus. So you can see matches the previous token between 1 and unlimited times. Different to the asterisk, which is 0 or unlimited. So nothing would also be fine here. Which is okay because there doesn't have to be anything here. So that's fine. Yes. Right. What we need now, and that's where the capturing group here comes in, we want to have the same token that we used here, which can either be double or single quote, again at the end, right? And the way to do this is you can reference these capturing groups. So do you see this is group 1? What you can do is a backslash and the number of the group, like this, and then it essentially replaces the character of that group. So if it would here match a double quote, this would be like replaced as a double quote essentially, and single quote the same way around. This could, yeah, whatever was matched here. Could also be a very long pattern. So you just replay it. Matches the same text as most recently matched by caption group 1. Yes. So that looks good. And as you can see, actually, now the orange part, well, not entirely yet, because we have this here at the end. So what we need to do there, I think, is make it non-greedy. So there's multiple ways that the RegEx engine reads this. Either it continues as far as it can, or it always stops at each occurrence of the character, which is a question mark. Oh no, wait, it has to be here. Oh, where does the question mark to go? No, I'll have to look this up as well. No, it's a dot question mark. Well, give me a second. No. Lazy. Asterisk question mark. Where does this have to go though? Mind you, I'm not using RegEx a lot either. It's just that some basic ones I know. Yes. Matches as few characters as possible. That's what we want. But why is this not working? Let me see, what does it say here? Matches the previous token between 0 and unlimited times as few times as possible. Ah! So it has to be plus. Because we wanted previous token 1. Ah, no, maybe I have to do this lazily. Ah, that's where the thing has to go. Right, because this part was greedy. So meaning that we match anything forever, essentially, until we see this again. So that's not gonna work. We need to only do it until we have this thing. That's where the question mark needs to go. Yeah, now it looks better. Do we need this thing still? No, we don't. Right, okay, now this looks better. This part we don't really care about. All we really need is anyways the orange section. So I think actually this looks fine already, as far as I'm aware. So you can see we do match this. We don't really care about it. The only thing we do really care about is the group 2. So if we would put something else here, it would match that. Right. So I guess let's grab this RegEx. I hope it made it's called a carrot. Okay. Ah, right. This thing here, the carrot apparently. Learned something new. Thanks again, Spongodog. That's nice to know. Gonna grab this thing. Did it copy? Apparently it did. And gonna use that in Kotlin. Now, what you can do, there is a RegEx class, Kotlin, that... Oh, this eye piercing the white screen. Yes, I agree. That you can give a pattern and do all sorts of things with. The important thing here is it says for JVM represents a compiler. We don't really care. For pattern syntax reference, see pattern. So this is a link to the Java docs of the JVM thing. And this is a bit cheating, I guess, because you have to know this. But if I don't do this now, it's going to be just pain. There's one important thing here that's important. If you ever did regexes in Java, you'll certainly know this. If not, I'll tell you now. There's one weirdness in Java that is that if you have backslashes in your regex, it cannot really handle that well. So usually in other languages, you could just give it this regex. Actually, here's some other options that it can even like generate for you. But in Java, that doesn't work. The problem is somewhere here, I think. Yeah. It is therefore necessary to double backslashes in string literals that represent regular expression. The literal string \b, for example, matches a single backspace character when interpreted as a regular expression, while \b a word boundary. Similarly, the string literal \blah hello is illegal and leads to compile time error. In order to match the string hello, you need to like put 2 of those always. So every single time we use one of these backslashes, you need to put 2. It's very stupid. It's just a Java quirk, really. If we would run this somewhere else than on a JVM, even with Kotlin, we wouldn't need it. But yeah, it is what it is. So copy it for the 100th time. And this we can nicely, I guess, put as a constant. Although what I'm gonna do anyways now is create something that does the actual parsing, because this doesn't make a lot of sense to have it here. Well, maybe it does, but whatever. Let's put it here. HTML parser. Yeah, I guess it only parses HTML, so it's fine. Right, then what we're gonna do is create a constant. You cannot have static fields on Kotlin. You need to do this, so it just creates like a static singleton object inside of your class, and that is ideal to store constants. So we're gonna do that. Const val. So there's also a const keyword. What that is just doing is, at compile time, it already checks that this is constant, and then you can never change it. The difference being that if you have something that is not compile time constant, so you would like get from user input, it cannot be const keyword, because this only refers to something that is like, yeah, it's static at once you compile it. You cannot change it ever again, which is perfect for this because we don't want to. All right, then we do our regex and put it in there. And we don't need this stuff at the end. So yeah, it would also be helping to do it. This is a tag pattern, I guess we can call it. And since it's technically a constant, let's also make it uppercase. Cool. Now let's manually add these stupid backslashes. So everywhere I have one, I need to add a backslash. And this thing that's even more stupid is that if you escape something, you need to put 2, because you essentially have to escape this backslash as well. You have to know this. It's stupid. I hope these things don't happen in following episodes, because otherwise I'm gonna sit there not knowing what to do. Of course, I can Google, which I have to do plenty in this episode and even more in the future ones. So this looks good though. Let's see if that works. So this is our pattern. Let me quickly think. I guess we only need, well, technically speaking, you don't even need to have the parser because it doesn't have any state. Well, maybe it has some state at some point. Find all a tags. Very stupid name. Well, not that stupid maybe. And here you give it HTML string. So here we would pass in the actual, like, yeah, what you still see here at the bottom, the HTML code. And we'll try to find all the ATAGs. So what we want to return, well, actually we don't want to find the ATAGs, we want to find the links. Find URLs, I guess, because we just want the actual URLs, right? Of course, if you do an interface of some sort, right, you want to have it, you want to hide as much complexity as possible, meaning that this makes a lot more sense. Returning the raw ATAGs, yeah, the outside doesn't really need to be concerned with that, so it makes more sense to do it like this. What we want to return is a set of string, I guess. Maybe later also our like custom object if we refer back to the thing here. So like this, that we have like protocol and stuff parsed apart. I'm not sure if this should do that or something else. Well, we'll see. Excuse me. Right, what I do notice, we're not importing this, and I'm not sure if there's a way to do it like automatically. So I have to Google. Oh no, wait, I already had it open here. Kotlin.text apparently. So let's import that baby. Kotlin.text. It does know about it. Well, just because I used it, I'm not sure. Right, and now let's try to match it. Well, first let's try to call it from here, such that we can see if it works. Okay, let's get an HTML parser, private val HTML parser is equal to HTML parser. It does not need any, no. Cool. So then here we say HTML parser dot, what is it called? Does it know about that? Oh, nice. Well, that would be pretty stupid if not, but who knows. And we give it, so that seed content sounds horrible. val seed HTML. I don't know. Okay, so this would be URLs. That's a set of string. As I said, I will put it here, even though this is not required. Will be easier to understand later. Cool. I guess then finally we print them out for now. Of course, you know, if I would do this properly, maybe I refactor it at the end. I would do first of all use a logger here, not print line, because then yeah, you can have different log levels and stuff. But because the Kotlin doesn't have a logger in the standard library, first of all, so we would need an external library, which I don't really want to set up now. And secondly, because it's anyways just an example, this is fine. And the other thing is you would, or I personally at least would use a debugger to test this while I'm coding it and not just print it all the time, although it works pretty fine, I have to say. Cool. Then the final thing is to do something here. Or run it again. Okay, now I have to look it up because I don't know it from the top of my head because I don't use, as I mentioned, RegEx that often either. So I think on the RegEx, let's check what methods it has. So it has find all. That sounds like we probably could make use of it. Returns a sequence of all occurrences of the expression within the input string, beginning with the specified index. So the index by default is 0, so starts at the beginning. Makes sense. We don't care about it. Oh, wait, we want to start from the beginning, so 0 sounds good. And input string can give it right here. So that is find all. Now we can see, no, see, it doesn't know about this. Okay, that's a bit sad. Find all in our HTML. And this is a match, I guess. Something like that. And actually now the question is, what does this return? A sequence of match result. Okay, so this is actually matches, of course. I mean, it's called find all. Could have noticed that. So a sequence is just like a collection in Kotlin that's like lazy. So it will only, what it essentially will mean in this case, I presume, I'm pretty sure it will, that if we have many of these, right, typical page will have like a lot of links, it'll only try to parse further once we ask for it. That's what lazy, similar to this thing with the question mark, refers to. So it doesn't like match everything because the string could be super long, of course. Instead, it only will do one at a time once we actually do something with it, which does make sense because it's a bit more resource saving. So this is a sequence of string sorry, what is it called? Match result. So let's check out what that is. This has groups, group values, collection of groups matched by the regular expression, a list of matched index group values. Yeah, okay, so the difference seems to be that this is returning like the raw matches, and this has some custom thing. I usually prefer these because then usually it has more things you can do with it. So I guess let's do that. So what we're gonna do for now is actually right. Wow, what the hell did I do now? Actually, right here I'm gonna just return a set of, so an empty set, and then not print this here, but instead print it inside because otherwise this return type doesn't match, right? So let's in here say up. There we go. And so this is a sequence. So what we can do is, for now at least, first, which will just give us only one match. Fine, to test it. And then this thing was called, what was it called? Groups. Right, so dot groups. Cool, then let's run that and see what that gives us. I hope this still makes sense. If not, let me know. Do we still print the... Oh, I wonder why this even compiled. So one thing I forgot that I just realized is you have to give it, of course, everything it has to compile, which includes all the files. And since we have 2 now, this did not compile the parser. So I actually wonder why this ran at all. But okay. Make it a bit bigger. Where the hell does it start and end? Let me Google one thing. Sorry, I don't use the PowerShell on Windows a lot. PowerShell flush or something. I want to get like rid of the, what the hell? Flush contents? Clear content. How to clear contents of a file? So what I want to do is just like get rid of this stuff here. I would know it on bash or something, but here, is there no like keyboard shortcut? Windows CMD clear screen. Thank you. CLS. Okay, that's a bit stupid, but since it's not really gone, but whatever. Cool, that's good for now. CLS, I'll live with that. Moved permanently. I think what is happening here is this URL.retext is too stupid to do proper forwarding. So I think because I gave it here without the S, and it is after all using HTTPS, usually if you would call it like this in your browser, this would forward you to, we don't see it now, but what is in the headers of the response. But this thing is a bit too stupid. That's why you should probably use a proper GET request. But I think this fixes it. Let's see. No, it's still moved permanently. Kotlinlang.org. Okay, what's the problem here? Anyways, I don't understand where do we print this. Right, let's see what's going on here. Print ln seed HTML. And this don't print anything for now. Maybe I'm having some. Oh, there's a compile error. Haha. Const val has type regex. Only primitives and strings are allowed. Right, so this cannot be constant. Aha, makes sense, because this is not constant. So all I explained earlier about the constant is bullshit, because of course this has to instantiate. You know, there's some logic behind this call, so there's not compile time constant. Is this a warning though? I mean, this just plain doesn't compile, I guess. Whatever. We fixed it. Aha! Now it works again. I don't know what happened there earlier. And now we still had some warning. It's hidden, or not hidden, but like folded away. CLS. Now that I learned that. Parameter HTML is never used. Okay, args is never used. URLs is never used. Okay, great. Yeah, that's fine. Let's use it then. It's just warnings. Let's run this again. Nice, cool. This seemed to have worked. So we get. I should put some new line characters under the starting there, because \n is just like a line break. If you don't know that. It should work pretty much in anything that can print this string. Any language, that is. Alright, now we can see it a bit better. This has to, of course, be here. I'm stupid. Not that behind it. So we got a list of match group. Right. Okay, these are all the matches. Now I get it. Think at least. Yes. So here we matched the entire thing. Sorry, I have a hiccup for some reason now. Without the ending, which I think also corresponds to this. Yeah. So you see here match 1 is actually, this is exactly the same. I mean, without this shit. And then the second one, and that's the one we're interested in, is the one that has as value the actual URL. So I guess what we're gonna do is, yeah, I think that was get or something I saw a second ago. Groups returns a match group collection, just a custom collection. Yes, and you can do get and specify an index. I guess we can hardcode the index because we know that it will always match the beginning anyhow. So I guess if we put 1 here, so of course start from 0. This should work. Okay. Wait. Did we match more than that? Not match the end. Ah, this is the groups. And this is not a group, but just a match. So we want group 2. Well, but then it should still be... I think each of us is a group. So we have group 1, group 2, group 3, meaning 0, 1, 2. So we want 2. Get 2, I think. Yeah, I missed this here. Sorry, there was another match group there. Yeah, okay. Yes, this looks better. Alright, and now we don't really care about all the stuff around it, like what range within a string it was matched. Cool to know, but we don't really mind. So a single match group has the value of the capture group string. Perfect. So if we now say dot value, should be receiving the... or not? Why is it still a match group? Wait, did it compile? Did I say? Oh, there's some error. Oops. Oh no, that's okay. Why does it still run though? That's a bit weird. Yeah, I think it's because I compile multiple files, so the thing itself still runs. It's a bit weird. So what you can do in Kotlin, this needs some explanation as well, which you cannot in other languages. Java, I guess, the best example. There's a difference between a nullable and a non-nullable type. So in Java, of course, pretty much everything apart from primitives can be null. So this could be null. And in fact, they here say this can be null because, or rather it said here, I saw, because, here it says, an element of the connection can be null if the corresponding group in the regular expression is optional. And the match, okay, yeah, that's interesting. So this, ours are not optional in this case. That would be like a different character here, which I have no clue. I mean, let's quickly check just because I'm interested. Optional in that sense, I guess. Okay, so if you would have not matched like at least one but nothing, this could mean that there was nothing. Yeah, okay, that makes actually sense. So if this would be this, it could mean that we matched nothing if there's an empty string. Oops. In our case, we are certain that it will be something because we have to match at least a character. So what we can either do, and it says here, is we have to use this thing, which then means that we only continue if the value was non-null. And that's the difference to Java, which would just throw a null pointer exception if we now do something with it. Or we can use the double exclamation point, which is just like, I ignore it. So it just says like, I acknowledge that this can be null, but I don't care. Just give me the regular thing. And the reason this is, the way this is denoted is with a question mark. So every single type in Kotlin can have a question mark behind it to be nullable. So also this, for instance, if we have the RegEx right here, we could have a nullable RegEx. In this case, it's not, but it might be, right? So just quickly, this would allow us then, if it would be this, to here write null, and this would be legal because it either is a RegEx or, oops, or null, which is this question mark. But in this case, we know it's not, so whatever. So let's do that for now. We still get the match group. But it also says error only self. Not the value is nullable, but the group, I think. So it has to go here. It's also why we cannot call value on it, because it doesn't like it, because it's nullable. Now we're talking. Cool. So apparently the first link on kotlinlang.org is in fact kotlinlang.org. I mean, I guess that's because of the... I'll close it again. I guess that's the logo here. Yeah, you see at the bottom. I point my finger on the screen. That's why, I guess. Cool. So this looks good. Now, of course, this is a bit stupid because we want to have a few more. Anyways, I'm gonna commit it so you can have some reference later, even though it's not really complete like this. So we want the crawler and the... No, now I stage everything. Yeah. Add basic something. Add basic HTML link, hyperlink they call it. parsing. Sounds good. I'd rather commit a bit more often so you later have a better reference than if you want to check it out afterwards than having like 3 commits and then there's like big jumps always. Cool. Then let's do this properly. What lends itself very nicely is some stream processing here. So many languages by now have this, so I hope that you've used it before. If not, I will quickly explain it. So what we can do, of course we could do a loop. As a matter of fact, maybe I should start with that. No, let's not do it. So you could of course say, instead of here saying give me the first one, you could loop over all the ones we found and do essentially this and then return them. However, there's a bit of a nicer way, which is to do this with some processing. Sorry, some pipeline processing. This is very similar if you did ever Java with the stream API of Java. It's very similar. So what we need is not first anymore, but we want to iterate over all of them. And what we want to do is first get the groups. So we're going to do a map. It just applies whatever's in here to each element. So it's the same as doing a for loop and calling something on each element. And then what it does for us is either we can do this, I don't know, match. And then this is the variable inside the thing, which usually would be your loop element item. So the same as if we do like for match in matches, then this is the same. What you can also do though is by default it's bound to it. Reason being that it reads a bit like an English sentence, so you can say it dot is greater than, I don't know, something like that, right? That's, I guess, why they chose it. So that's the default name if you don't choose one. So what we want is it.groups, I guess. And what we also can directly do is it.groups get the second one, because we don't care about the other stuff as we saw. So now this should, and at the end what we need to do is to set, because otherwise it's a sequence, which you cannot print. Well, that's actually, no, it will be sequence, yes. Right, and now we have here all of the matches. So this is already pretty nice. Kotlin.org, github.com, play.kotlin.org, jetbrains.com, whatever, a lot of stuff, all the links. So this seems to work, which I'm already pretty happy about. Right. The thing though that we also want now is that this, you won't see it, but it's still nullable, right? So either what we have to do is add this thing here, but that's a bit shit, because if it ever is non-nullable for some reason, I don't think it can actually happen in this case, but yeah. What you can also say here is map not null. Then it just skips not null things. The other thing you could do, and maybe we do that because it's a bit easier, is this you've probably seen before. So this is filtering out everything that does not, well, leaving everything in your collection that that passes the test here, the predicate. So here we would say it is not null, right? But since it does have map not null, let's use that, I guess. So I'm not going to run it again because it should give the exact same output. And the final thing we now need is another map operation, actually. I'm going to do it in separate ones, because only at this step we know that actually it's not null, right? If we would do it here, the only way we can do it is like this. What we could actually do is do it like this. Yeah, why not? So what this does is it only continues with what follows afterwards if it's not null. Otherwise, it like returns null at this point. So this is like a safety thing operator. So this would mean that if it's not null, value, otherwise just null. And since map not null filters out the null ones, we should only have the actual URLs afterward. Right. Yeah, looks good. A nice set of URLs. Cool. And then actually this is already done. This was pretty easy. We can just return that. And like this. The one thing I will do, because I don't really like that the 2 is just here, because yeah, like if I would read this later, why the hell is it 2, right? So you have to know what the hell is going on here. So I'm gonna put here, and this time it can be const. It's just an integer. URL group index, something like that. I mean, ideally, yeah, whatever. 2. This is an int. And then here we use this. It's not that much different, but now it at least has a name, and it's a bit more obvious why this happens. And then even more ideally, you would put this into a separate method maybe, or add some short comment here. Actually, maybe let's do that. The group that that matches the actual URL in the A tag. And what I'll put here, because I saw that this is an option, you can save these with a permalink. So what I'm going to do for you is save this with the example we have here. And put it here. So now if you open this, you can play around with the same thing and try other URLs if they also work, hopefully. Play around with this pattern. Right. That looks good. So now we have a set of string. So let's print it here, I guess. Print your ln URLs. Like that. Still see that it works. Nice. Looks good. Okay, let's commit, I guess. I'm gonna stay in this screen. Parse and return full all URLs on a page. Something like that. Right. Sorry. Now, there's one thing that we have to do. Well, there's many things we have to do next, but the next thing we need is to... So we're here, essentially, right? You see we have this exact thing currently. So we have all the links on the page. Next thing is to put it in some sort of an object. I'm thinking either to also do it in this HTML parser. Probably yes, because the same reason I said earlier, you want to hide as much complexity as possible. Or we do it in the crawler itself, but yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense because the crawler is just wants to crawl and not do this. But actually, let's make this a private function. And I just realized these are all public. That shouldn't be. So there's no reason that someone needs to know this from the outside either, right? So private. So the URLs finding we're actually going to make private. And then what we're not going to return is, I guess, a set of string, but the raw sequence, since, as I mentioned earlier, that's lazy. So now we only going to match as far as we have to, which might be nice later if you want to do something like only going to use the first 100 or so, right? If you have a huge page, maybe it's too much to get all of them. So maybe that's not too bad to do it like this. Right, find URLs though is private now, so we need a new public method. By the way, in Kotlin, if you put nothing here, it's public, like by default. No, it's not public, it's... What is it actually? Also package private as in Java? I'm not even sure. Well, it's kind of public. It's public like within your code base, but not necessarily public to the outside. If you use it as a library, then it's not public. There's an extra public keyword for that. We don't need that. Whatever. This is fine for just inside the project. Retrieve URLs. Actually, let's call it hyperlinks. or hyperlink like this, yeah. Because that's what the HTML standard calls this actual construct, you know, that you saw here. And this again needs HTML string, and it returns a sequence of hyperlink. So what we're gonna do now is create actually our object. Let's call this here, and this is a set. Well, it's not a set anymore. It's a sequence of hyperlink. Right. Hyperlink. We actually do need a hyperlink. So new file, hyperlink.at. What we're gonna do now is, as I wrote here, a data object or like a struct of some sort. So this differs a bit per language what it supports, but something that can hold data. So in Java you would do just a class, or Pojo, you might call it. In Kotlin we have a data class, or a record you also have in Java newly, which we're gonna use for that. The whole thing this does is it's just a class with the added bonus that it automatically generates some things like a toString method, such that we can print something here. Otherwise, it would show you like just some garbage in here, the hash code, I believe. It has it automatically, and so what we're gonna do now is add the fields we need. Right. Protocol. I guess I'm gonna just take the things we see in here for now. It's a string. So this could be an enum, right? Because we know which protocols they are. Because we know it has to start with HTTP. Let's make it proper, why not? Protocol. Oh, this, how do you rename something? Rename.kt. So this is an enum, meaning it can only have these values. Oh wait, how do you do that again? And the values we want are HTTP and HTTPS. So it only can have these two values, because we know that they are that they're the only ones we can match, because we put it into the thing here. I mean, I know it can match HTTPD. For now, we're just gonna hope this is not gonna happen. Maybe we need some exception handling, but this makes a bit more sense because the string maybe is not too useful. So it has the protocol. It has yeah, what else does it have? Where's our page? Let's close some of this stuff here. Way too many things open. All right. The subdomain, yes, or subdomains. Actually, you can have multiple ones. Domains. Set string. The domain name, val domain. These are all just strings, right? There's nothing that you can really make it more type safe. Top level. The ending, top level domain. And then I guess root domain. However, we make this optional, I think. By building it out of the two, because we know that's always going to be this dot. Wait, though, the question is... Oh yeah, domain name is just the middle part. Yeah. So this is going to be always the domain dot top level domain. And how you can do this is with the $, you do you essentially insert the variable here. Dot. Actually, make it really proper. It has to be like this. Well, it doesn't have to be, but it's a bit easier to read. Dot top. And why does it not autocomplete that? Come on. All right. So what would happen here now? So we can give it a root domain, but by default it'll be this, so we don't have to, which is nice because we know it will be that. Maybe even we should not even allowed in a constructor, but just have it as a field. But whatever, it's fine for now. Cool, we have our protocol, our hyperlink data class. That looks fine. So let's create a hyperlink. For now, what I'm gonna do is just create a single one to see if this just like works at all. Hyperlink. Yeah, and what we're gonna do now is use named the named field. So what you can do is do it like this, such that you can, you know what the hell that is. Protocol. I'm gonna hard code it for now, yeah, just to see. Sorry, if that works. Set of that doesn't matter. Domain is a string. What was the other one? Top level domain. And yeah, root domain we said we don't have. Right. Yes, and then retrieve hyperlinks is called here. And the since this is a sequence, we're gonna say to set here, such that we can print anything. A sequence you cannot print by default because it'll, yeah, it's not yet like collected, I guess. What? Yeah, and before I forget it this time around, we need to give it a lot more things to compile here, which is hyperlink.get, no, link. So usually, of course, you would do this properly with some script or in an IDE or something. For now it's fine. What else did I add? Protocol. .kt. Cool, let's see. We're still printing. No, there's some error, I think. Ay. Oh my god, what did I do? Clear. Expected after. Oh, sorry, yes. And an enum is still a class, so it's an enum class, just as you have a data class. Nice. It does say, oh my god, the scrolling is so, oof, it's very imprecise, whatever. It does say we're not using that again, but whatever. Here we go. We have a single hyperlink. Funnily enough, the root domain is just a dot because there's empty string before and after, but that's expected. And as you can see, the nice thing about using a data class versus a regular class, this comes because we use the data class, that it shows like these are all the fields. If you don't do that, it would just say hyperlink and some ID from the hash code, I believe. Which, yeah, that's obviously a lot nicer. So now let's parse this in here properly. This we can keep. Well, we're gonna do it right. Okay, so we're gonna do find URLs with HTML. Oops, HTML. What the hell? There's a sequence, so we're gonna do here map again. Yeah. Our hyperlink, I guess. I'm wondering. Yeah, why not? Private fun build. I want to put this into a separate method because I think it's gonna be a bit more readable. URL string. Returns a hyperlink. And we return this hyperlink. And parse this apart. So this is gonna be a bit iffy now. Ideally, right? I would do this. Make this a bit smaller. I would do this again in a regex if you do it properly, because all these things are predefined, right? You have these slashes and you have like a dot at some point. I will do it in the other way because I didn't do the initial way with just characters the first time around. So I'll do it a bit ugly for now. And I think it's not even going to be that horrible. Maybe then we're going to use the regex later. Let's see. So we map build hyperlink with it, because that's like our each string, each URL. And actually, we can just return that already. I just realized. Right, so the first thing we do here is a value of. So we give it something and it tries to find what protocol that matches. And what we want is the URL. Okay, now we need some Kotlin magic. We want everything until the colon, I believe. So we say substring. Okay, I'm gonna show you. Kotlin substring b4. So there's on a string there's an extension function, the same thing we used earlier with url.readText, where you can give it a delimiter and it tries to give, well, it returns the substring of that string before your character. So here we just say substring b4. What do we say? Colon. And either you can give the character, so a single quote, or double quote a string. It accepts both. Both are possible. For now, well, it's a single character, so this is fine. This is, by the way, if you do single quotes in Kotlin, it's a single char. Just you cannot put like two things in here. And if you do double quotes, it's a string, so like a sequence of characters, which of course can be only one. So this should work. Let's quickly run it. Who knows? And it doesn't. No enum const. Yeah, we don't have lowercase HTTPS. So now here we say to uppercase. Oof. I think, I'm not sure if that exists. Let's see. Upper is uppercase? No. To uppercase. Yeah, and that doesn't exist anymore because of the locale thing. But it's just, how do you say, deprecated, so I don't really care for now. We're gonna use it. So ideally you shouldn't use this anymore because there's different ways to parse, to convert a string into an uppercase string, depending on what like country or like what language you have set on your computer. Is a whole topic on its own. Actually, maybe I'll do a video about it now that I think about it, like a regular one, not a live stream. If you're interested, let me know. This actually would be a nice video, I think. So this will work. It will give us a warning. Oh, you shouldn't use this. It's deprecated. For the example, it's okay. Yes, and indeed it says to uppercase is deprecated. Wait, it is dot uppercase. Huh? Wait, that does work or what? Uppercase. Okay, then we use this. I don't know. I guess this gets the locale, like puts it to English by default or something like that. Well, whatever. Let's continue. Where is our thing? The subdomain. So in here we want everything after // or HTTP. Well, no, we don't know if it's an S. So colon // but before the dot. I think that's what we want. So yeah, and then you can have multiple. For now, I'm gonna do it a bit stupid and assume that we only have a single one. That needs to be fixed though later. Right, so URL substring after that exists as well, of course. Now we need a string because we need multiple things. Actually, you know, I'll just use a string here as well. Who cares? This is not how it goes. Sorry, after this, right? And then we want substring before dot. I think that should work. And I'm gonna wrap it into a set. As I said, we should do this properly, but I think for this we do need a RegEx. At least the data type is already supporting it. It's not so bad. Hey, and it seems to... we printed already all of them. Okay, cool. Yeah, it seems to work already. because indeed subdomain, well, we'll only know until we have the domain, so let's continue. With the domain. The domain is this thing, so it's it's technically, well, you know what? I'm gonna get this piece and put it into a variable, because we do need that a couple of times. Val URL without protocol. Oh, this is a very stupid name, sorry. So this is just this piece, because then we can use it here and use it here. So here we need everything after the dot. After the dot, and also again before the next dot. And since you cannot have dots in the domain name itself, otherwise, yeah, that would not be a full domain name. I mean, the part in the middle. We can actually now say substring before dot again, and this should work. And the top level domain, we're gonna do something that's really cool in Kotlin. Again, this, but now there's also substring after last. So instead of doing this jumping around and like chopping off more and more, you can also match that it, I mean, internally this does use regex pretty surely, and just does the same that we did earlier, that it moves forward until it sees the last, whatever you give it. In our case, a dot. So substring after last dot will only be that left. Well, and the slash, actually, if there is one. Well, and actually a lot of other things I just realized, because of course there can be stuff behind the slash. So then we say substring before slash. I think this should do the trick. We'll see. Right, okay, so we have a protocol. Okay, something here is not working, I see. Org.org. Protocol. Well, actually, domain. Ah, okay, something is wrong here. Top level domain 31. No. Let's let's do the following. Let's put this into, yeah, let's not print it here, because otherwise it's very hard to read in my opinion. Return sequence of, just do it like this for now. And the second one was what? GitHub, so that sounds good. So let's say get one, and we're gonna play with that a bit until what we have here works. Okay, and this, yeah, okay. I guess this is way too hard to read. And it still gives us everything? Not get one, it's take one. Ah, and now it's a sequence, so now we need to say again to set. This is what I meant, so you can see this. It doesn't actually print the contents, it's just like a reference. Yes, finally. And now apparently we wanted that third one. Ah no, take one. Yeah, I'm stupid. Well, take two is fine, so we get the first two. That's better than everything. So what this does is it just gets however many you give it from the start. So in our case, the first two elements. Well, not in our case, in every case. Oh, he's telling me you don't have a subdomain in the address in your main class. No www. Yes. Thank you. Thanks, Funkadonk. I read it a bit too late, I guess, but thanks. I think that is indeed the problem, because this does not have a subdomain. Yeah, then let's see what we can do to avoid this. So let's assume this is our So this part we chopped away. And then if we say, yeah, how to do that? Substring before dot. And if there's no dot, it will match this dot. I guess, I mean, okay, I have something stupid in mind that would work. We can just check like, hey, if you have 2 dots at least in your thing, we know it must be a subdomain. And I think I think I'll just do that for now. So let's put this into its own function, so at least we can swap it out at some point, hopefully. Parse subdomains. URL without protocol. So happy with that. Everyone understands what's meant. And this returns our set of string. Although we will for now again hard-code it to return just a string with one thing in it. Right, so what we're gonna do is, yeah, I mean there's better ways to do this, but it's gonna work, I think, at least. If URL without protocol contains contains 2 dots, how would you nicely do this? I'm wondering if you can do something with a substring thing. Yeah, we can do count. So what this does is, well, literally what it says here. It checks how often the predicate in here is in there. So it equals dot. And I think we have to use a char in this case because it counts each char and not the string, because, well, it's not a string, it's a char. And I closed the file for some reason. Yes. Where the fuck are we? Yes, here we go. So if we have this more than once, then we know we have a subdomain. Else, set off. So if we have more than one dot in our string, we do this part, and if not, we know there is no subdomain, so we just do this. Otherwise, here we would replace this with the proper stuff later to like do one by one. Right, there is not before first, I believe, so it's just implicit that this is the first one. I think this actually not so bad in the end. Oh, don't call this here. Parse URL like this. No, still doesn't work. We don't have any subdomains. No www. Yeah, okay, let's see. URL without protocol. I guess we'll print that for now. Maybe that's not even what we think it is. I think it is. Kotlin lang.org. So that does look pretty fine, I have to say. Now the subdomains we have nailed, I think. The domain, we want everything. Ah, of course. This we only want to do if we have no subdomain. But if we do this, we will get the subdomain if we have one. So I guess we need to do the same stupid. Yeah, let's do the following. Okay, of course, one of the basic principles of programming is don't repeat yourself, dry, so we're not gonna do that. private fun has subdomain URL. We don't really care if it's without a protocol or not. And it just returns a boolean. So we just say here, does it have a subdomain? Does it not have one? Right? That's what we're interested in. And we're just gonna use this. And actually, we don't even need if and anything. Just return this straight up, like this. So we just return if it has more than one dot, and this goes away. Then has subdomain. Has subdomain. Yeah, at least one. Otherwise, it doesn't. So let's use this right here. Yep. And we can also now use it here, even though I'm wondering if that... yeah, let's also put this into a variable. Val... something domain. Okay, substring... let's see. So if we do have a subdomain, we want everything... let's do it here. If has subdomain URL, then I really like that this doesn't autocomplete anything, but then if it does have one, we need first after and then before. So we copy this bit, substring after. Oh, what the hell happened? Oh, I hit caps lock. Yes. After the dot and then before the dot again. Right. And else... now it starts to get a bit ugly, I have to say. I probably want to refactor, but I also want to get a bit going, so let's keep it ugly for now. And then otherwise we do only before the dot, which would eliminate the end. And then we have... actually, I'm wondering... yeah, it would be nice to have the root domain here now that I'm thinking about it, because otherwise we have to do the same thing again, because the problem is going to be, if I say, give me the stuff after the last dot, it will match stuff like this as well, but we can say before the first slash and then the dot, so that should work. So this is domain. Let's put that here. And I really don't like this. Private, no, not print line. Private fun parse domain. URL, same thing, string, and then just return this. And then here we can just have parse domain. Yes. And here we do it the other way around. So here we say, give me first everything before, or here we see it, before the last slash. No, before the first slash. It's the last slash, obviously, it's later or here. Before the first slash, and then after the last dot. I think this should work. Let's give it a shot. Do we have some errors that... oh, there's something wrong here. It's really, I really don't like, just mentioning this quickly, that if something doesn't compile in some file, that it runs the rest of the file, because crawler.kt is the starting point. Even though if like in some dependency something doesn't work, it's just like, oh, whatever, I'm just still gonna run it. It's a bit counterintuitive. Wait, there was something with the count, but I cannot scroll up nicely. I scrolled too far already. Unresolved it. I felt this was a thing in Kotlin. What the hell? Kotlin down. Yeah, there is one with the predicate. Ah, you cannot use it on a... No, you can use it on a char array. Char array being a string, for instance. I'm lost a bit. Let's see. Count. Ah! Oh, this is not... Oh, it told me here. I should have just looked above it. I'm stupid. Well, let's... Okay, I started some stuff. What was it? CLS to clear, I think? Yes. Yeah, okay, this didn't exist. That's great. Hey! Do you see what I see? I think it works. We have a protocol, HTTPS. We have no subdomains, which is correct. Domain is Kotlin, top level domain is org, and the root domain, which is, again, to reiterate this, well, just domain and root top level together, is indeed kotlin.org. Nice. I think. And let's see it here. It is also fine. No, it's not. Huh. Okay, we still have something that's not working. So we do have slashes. Something's wrong. So here we don't... Okay, let's see. I was celebrating a bit too early. Right, so if we have a slash, so the top level domain is... no, the top level domain actually works. Sorry, the domain doesn't work. And the subdomain... I mean, let's print it again. What exactly is the... You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put the raw URL in here as well, because otherwise it's very shit to like debug what's going on. You get what I'm saying? Like the raw... Yeah. Oh, and what would also help is actually put... allow that. URL... That... No, what the hell am I doing? String. Right, CLS... Must be a... If someone knows the, like, keyboard shortcut, if there is one, to, like, clear the terminal in Windows, we're in a PowerShell, greatly appreciated. There's probably one, but I don't know about it. Subdomain GitHub, right, yeah, so let's see. But the URL, what I wanted to know was github.com/JetBrains. So let's see what goes wrong here. Protocol... I'm lost. Where are we? Yeah, protocol check. That works. Subdomain is wrong because it's not GitHub's not a subdomain. It's the domain. That's probably what the issue is. So I guess in parse domain. We have it the wrong way around. This has to be if does not have subdomain. No. It was fine. If it has a subdomain, then we first do everything after and then again before. If it does not have one, maybe our check there is not working. Let's see. If it does not have a subdomain, we get everything before dot, which should be GitHub. Oh. I'm not sure if anyone else noticed it, but I know what's going on. I'm just stupidly enough doing tell me how many dots are there, and this thing coincidentally, super nice that we found it in here, right? This coincidentally has dots in the frickin' URL at the end, which is something that I didn't expect. And here, of course, you cannot have a dot, but in here it is allowed after the slash, the path, right? So we're gonna do dot substring. I like that it does learn a bit, you know, so it knows now, okay, substring before apparently is a thing, but it's still a bit too stupid to actually give some recommendations. Well, it's hard to program these plugins. Before the... wait, but this has the whole thing. So here actually then let's do URL without protocol. Then we don't have to get rid of this. And then here we have to... it anyways is already always without. Well, then that's fine. Nice. URL is the full thing. Protocol HTTP, no subdomains, correct. Domain GitHub, top level domain com, root domain github.com. Yes, very good. All right. I'm gonna drink something real quick, and then I'm gonna commit this. Right. Let me have a quick check of something, and we can continue. Okay. All right. All right. Sorry. Back. I'm back. Right. I just had to check one thing. So let's commit. I did a lot of stuff and didn't commit for quite some time. So let's do that, because this looks pretty good. Well, one thing we don't want to do is only get like the first two, because that's kind of return. And then let's quickly make sure that this works. urls.toSet. Not hit enter? Oh, I didn't. Right. This looks pretty good. We're probably having a bug somewhere, but generally it looks pretty fine. All right, nice. Let's commit this. We want crawler, hyperlink. Well, we want everything but the jar. Add date. Well, let's do it one by one actually. Boop, boop, boop. Add data class for links. Yeah, whatever. Protocol add URL protocol enum. I know this is very incomplete. There's a lot more protocols you can have, but whatever. And then implement implement something. Implement full HTML hyperlink. Well, full in air quotes. Right. Okay, I think we're good to go. Cool. The next thing we are going to do is loop over this, right? And collect it somewhere. So, in case you didn't notice, what does lend itself very nicely to this is just a regular first in, first out queue. Or a queue, you could also say, like a queue in for a hot dog or something. Meaning that we add our first hyperlink, and then we add all of its hyperlinks at the end of the queue. So we would have like, it would be nice to draw somewhere or something. Well, we have like number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. And then once we see number 5 and 6, and actually you see the numbers coincidentally or not so coincidentally, in this are numbered in the same way that we would add it in that order. And then we can get all of the links for that, add it at the end of the queue, and continue with the next first element in the queue. Such that we always move like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we go to the next level, and so on and so forth. I hope that makes sense. If not, let me know in the chat. So what we're gonna do for that is get rid of this and create a queue. I think the easiest in Java is link queue. And this is a link of a queue of hyperlink. The easiest in Java is an array deck, which is just like an implementation of a queue that has 2 sides. We only need one, but its build interface is very easy and nice to use. Let's look at it, because we do need to import it. RegEx Java. So you see it's like a queue that's resizable by itself and all the nice stuff. And we need to import it. Nice. The RegEx. And what you can do, and now I start to notice that the sequence here is not even that clever. Well, we do need it later on, I guess. Anyways, if I remember correctly, it does have a constructor, right, that you can pass it in an existing collection. Constructs a DAG containing the elements of the collection in the order they are returned by the iterator. Meaning that if in here we say urls.toSet, this is gonna instantiate our queue with all the first links. So essentially where the hell is the diagram? The first row. I mean, there's only 3, obviously gonna be more in the actual page, as you can see, but you get the idea. And now what we're just gonna do is, while the link queue is not empty, iterate over it. Now, of course, that we ever exit this, we have to pop elements out of it, which I believe is remove, if I'm not mistaken. Retrieves but does not remove? No, we want to remove. Retrieves and removes the head of the queue or returns null if the queue is empty. But we can actually use retrieves and removes the first. Yeah, this would throw an exception, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so if here it's empty, it throws an exception, which is fine though, because we check that yeah, this method is equivalent to remove first. Sure. Yeah, let's actually use remove first, and it's a bit more obvious what happens. I haven't updated my GitHub in quite a while. Yeah, let's push it. The action will push. Yeah, sure. There we go. Now it should be up to date. Good point. In case my hard drive explodes, who knows? Would be sad. Yes, let's put this into a variable. Link queue remove first. So this is our link. I don't know. And it's a hyperlink. And now what we just need to do, pretty straightforward actually, is out of the hyperlink, we call the HTML parser thing again, such that we get a new sequence. That does make me wonder if there's some nice way to have a queue that is essentially like a sequence, so that we don't actually have to add them, but only once we need them. You get what I'm saying? That would be very cool. So that we lazily, so we only parse until we need them. Yeah, I'm not sure. That would mandate a queue that's lazy, which I'm not sure. Kotlin lazy queue. I think we would have to implement ourselves. Yeah. It's a bit overkill for now, so I'm not gonna do it. By the way, deck. I forgot earlier. I remember it was for both sides double-ended queue. So usually in a queue, right, you can only pop from the front as in a regular queue, but in this case you could also say remove last, and you get the last one. We don't need it, but the thing is the nicest to use out of the default queue implementation, so I'm gonna use it. Right, yeah, so we're not going to use it right now. Maybe actually later we can implement our own queue that's lazy. That would be super cool, but for now it's a bit overkill. So let's use that, and that makes me then realize that this is kind of stupid. We don't really need the fact that this is a sequence at this point. So let's make this a set. Hey. Yes, and now we just say the same thing here again, HTML parser. Should this now return? Well, it's a fine that it has a sequence. Maybe we want to use it later at some point, I guess. HTML parser dot retrieve hyperlinks, and you have to give this the HTML, right? So we first have to retrieve the website contents again. So then, technically speaking, it would be nicer to avoid like some extra iteration to just do this inside of here, right? And then, oi, what's going on now? And then here we can just say val seed hyperlink is a hyperlink, and we build it ourselves, or well, we parse it. I think the HTML parser should expose that you can parse like just a URL. Let's see, how can we do that? Oh, we have it already, it's just private. So yeah, let's not make that private, but put it. So if I would know all the keyboard shortcuts, there's probably a way, I'm gonna look it up for next time, to like move this up and down. I would do that in other IDEs, but yeah, copy paste is fine for now. Yeah, we give it a URL. Yeah, see, this is a good reason why it's nice to have this in here. So now we can either directly give it a URL and have a hyperlink, or give it the HTML and this thing does the finding and creating of the hyperlinks for us. Now we don't need that, so now all this nice stuff is hidden away. No, not URL, what is it called? Seed URL. Cool. And now we only add that. We do have to wrap it in some collection, because it needs a collection, but we're just going to do a single set. So what we're doing now is we start our queue already with a hyperlink representation of the seed, which is this kotlinlang.org thing. Right, link. This highlighting is very interesting. We have a hyperlink, we remove from the front. Yeah, so that first one. We get its HTML, and this should not be seed HTML, just HTML. We get all the URLs on the thing, and this also should be. Yeah, but we have URL. No, wait, what do you need to give this? Retrieve website contents. A URL, yeah. So link.url, because it's a hyperlink, right? There, we added this earlier. So we do have it now. That's nice. And then here we give it this. And I think then we have our URL. So all we're going to do now is say link queue dot, I believe, add all URLs. Let's check. Not entirely sure. Add. No, that's not at all. Ay. Okay, then we have to do it the stupid way. URLs dot, well, stupid. It's not really, but could be nicer. Why does this not have at all? This also works. So for each URL, we call add on the link queue and just give it so it iterates over each every time. It's pretty stupid that it doesn't have that, but whatever. Fine. All right, let's see. So this would run for a long time already now. So just, oopsala, I punched my microphone. I'm sorry, made probably a horrible sound. Just to be sure that we're not running here forever, let's make one thing that let's save which ones we visited. Yeah. So in here, I'm gonna do a variable val visited. Yeah, do it per hyperlink is kind of shit, because then it's like super precise, right? Each path, it's gonna be its own thing. So I think what I'm gonna collect is root domains. I think that's interesting. Visited root domains, and that's a set of string. Well, it has to be actually a mutable set. So what you have in Kotlin is similar to this val var thing. You have of most collections, you have a regular version and a mutable version, meaning this you can add or remove things after the fact, and with the default one, not. Like, this is, once it's set in stone, this one. Which is fine for most purposes. Like in here, when we get all of our hyperlinks, there's not really a reason that we want to add another one here. Why would we do that? So it's actually nice to be the default. But in this case, we need to add stuff in the while loop. So yeah, it has to be mutable. And we say mutable set of, yes. Right, and then I think here what I will do is if visited root domains is more than 10 for now, we break to not run, just for testing. But then of course what we do have to do is add them to the set. Print ln. First let's print something. Visited. I guess we can just give it the whole hyperlink for now. Yeah, why not? And then here we say visited root domains dot add let me think, link dot root domain. This should work. Let's give it, why is this readme open all the time, by the way? Let's give it a shot. By the way, thanks a lot. We're already having 5 viewers. Very happy about it. It's my first stream. I'm not a large channel to begin with, so thanks everyone for watching. I'm looking down here because I have the stream open. Thanks a lot for watching. You're up there. Yeah, leave some comments if you want to. I'd be interested to hear and chat around a bit. Right. What the hell is going on here? Do we have some error again? Oh, we don't import Q. Wait, every time I see this, I think like, now I know, because earlier I said, oh, I hate that when it doesn't work, that it still compiles and runs this. Actually, it doesn't. You know what I just realized? Because I'm chaining. Okay, no, I cannot read it. Because I'm chaining this together with the semicolon. So in Windows PowerShell, if you do this, you can add another command and run that. This fails actually because it doesn't compile, but this still runs with the old code because of course we still have crawler jar. You know what I'm just gonna do? I don't know how to remove something in Windows. Hey, another one messaging here, Justin Leroy. Hi, nice to meet you. And thanks a lot for Sponkodong for sticking around the entire time. Very, very happy to have you. I could delete it each time, well, whatever. But now it comes to me. It makes a lot more sense. Let's fix this by importing the queue. So this is queue, probably java.util.queue. Okay. So there we go. You know what? I can just search how to do it. Windows cmd delete file. How to force Windows to delete a file. That sounds a bit dangerous, but del F. Okay, I presume F is force, so let's just do del. Semicolon del crawler.jar. Why the hell? Okay. All right. And it seems to still not work because we have, yes. Remove, what the hell? Unresolved reference. None of the following candidates is applicable because of receiver type mismatch. Wait. Link queue dot remove. Oh, this doesn't have a remove first. Yeah. So if I made I think so at least. If I would make this an array tag, pretty surely. Yeah, makes sense because a queue only has one side. So remove. I think it's just a shot in the dark, honestly. But after having programmed for a long time, this kind of stuff. Yeah, okay. Hey, and we have a working rep crawler. Well, sort of. It's self. How do you say? It keeps itself alive, right? I could remove this here. Let's do it actually, and it will run forever until we have some exception. Yeah, nice. Let's fix the exception, and then I'm gonna commit again. So here's some. I guess this is when I'm doing the request that it doesn't know what to do here with the. Yeah, something goes wrong with the request. What actually does fail? Unable to find valid certification pass to. Yeah, okay. For all these things, it's a bit ugly, but for now I guess it's fine. I'm just gonna like wrap this getting of the text so that does the actual request in the end in a try catch block and just ignore all the errors, because it's not like we can recover from them anyways really nicely, right? So I'm just gonna catch like every exception there is, which is not great, but yeah. What we will do though is print something. Could not retrieve contents of URL, and then we also give the error, I guess. Exception dot message. Yeah, I think it's message. Okay, let's try this again. CLS. Invert. Oh, I have to return something here, obviously. Yeah, that won't work. I guess I'll return a nullable string. Because we don't know, this could fail, right? So in that case, we return null. This looks a bit funky, by the way, this first syntax, but in Kotlin, if you put the return before the whole thing, the last statement here is what it, like this bubbles here essentially, and that you return. So I could also say like something like this. It looks very odd because it's just in the middle of nowhere, but yeah, it does work. Sorry, let me drink something so I don't have to do that all the time. Now we want to sorry, I have to concentrate again. And now we want to do something about this if it is null, right? So let's change this. Can be actually a nullable string, and that's the first time we do use it. Yes. So in here we say that if HTML is equal to null, we continue. I mean that we skip this iteration of the queue, and we already did remove it beforehand, so we just skip the URL. It's treated as not working. Now I wake up from drinking, great. Let's make some room here so it's a bit nicer to read. Yes, this looks a lot better. I like this. CLS. Should not using args. I don't like that. Yeah, nice. We have a working web crawler. Of course, we're not done yet, but I'm pretty content, I have to say, that it does work in itself. So as you can see, I can just leave it run, and it just goes through the entire internet until, well, we have visited 10, but if I had removed this or make it 1,000, then I can leave it running the whole night, which I think is already quite a nice achievement. Let's... I'm wondering if I should make this... Yeah, I kind of don't want to print the entire thing here with the visited thing, but just the URL. And by the way, this is the point where you need these squiggly brackets, squiggly braces, whatever they're called. Otherwise, if you just have the raw variables, you can leave them out. In this case, we cannot anymore. Right, first I want to commit, but the other thing I will quickly fix. Oh, well, nah, never mind. Let's commit first. Oh, the nice side effect is we don't have the jar now because we deleted it after we finished running. It's pretty good. Implement basic crawl loop. Infinite, because technically it is. Well, not really, because we have this if statement. Whatever. Basic crawl loop. Yeah, I like that. Right, what I wanted to fix, because every single time we run it, it says here, oh, you're not using the main args. I'm gonna actually use them now. So this is anyways a bit ugly. I don't really like this. So let's use the arguments here. So here we just say args.first in the hope that there is a first. If there's not, this will throw an exception. I guess first or null, or if not, and this is also something we haven't seen yet for those that didn't use Kotlin a lot yet. If the previous thing like in front of it is null, you can have like a default argument. So this is like a ternary operator of sorts in other languages, but not entirely because it's only for nullability check. So if that doesn't work, then we use HTTP as Kotlin lang.org. And now what we can do is in here give it the argument, which I think you can just chain here. So I think if I do this, the thing is I wouldn't know if it does work. So let's actually do this for now. Because now it would throw an exception because we don't. Ah, wait, this doesn't even work because it doesn't accept the nullable thing. Yeah, nice. Seems to work. So let's go. That was too far. Let's go back. So we just default to that. And the other nice thing, if you use this, what's called Elvis operator. By the way, quite funny, I only found out recently because it looks like Elvis Presley. If you turn this sideways, so if you rotate it to the right, this looks like his hair do, the question mark and the eyes. Whoever came up with this, good imagination, I have to say, but yeah, Elvis operator. And the nice thing, what I want to mention is it strips away the question mark in the type as well. So where you saw it did give me a compiler error because it cannot handle string question mark because the crawler wants string, not string question mark. If I do it with the Elvis operator, it strips that away because it is at compile time already certain that, hey, either we have the first of the args or we have this default. So we can be certain it is a string, which is cool. Let's see if it still works, and then let me commit that again. Yeah. Looks very good. There's some YouTube page here. No, I'm curious what that is.
Hi, my name is Eugene Rubilov, and I'm product manager.
Okay, let's not watch that for too long to not get some strike or whatever. Right. So sorry, it was from the official channel. Pretty nice. Yes, let's commit this. Use program argument as to provide a seed URL to be able to provide whatever. Not an English course, and anyways, not a native speaker. This looks pretty nice already. Now, what we need to do next, or I guess already almost as the final step, is have some sort of statistics. So I guess we want to not only collect the root domains, but also in general what we visited. Because this I only had for stopping at some point. I do wonder now. Yeah, well, whatever. Visited hyperlinks. It's a mutable. Let's just copy that. Mutable set of hyperlink. And there we're gonna add this. Well, but only after we actually visited it. So here, once we know that it's not null. Right? So here we say, you know what? We just do it there where we do the other one. Visited hyperlinks link. Cool. Another thing I just thought I want to print is the how many we currently have in the queue. Currently, what are we gonna print? Currently queued up n. So rip. Hey, I'm stupid. This part. Hyperlinks. And here we say link queue count. Right. Oh yeah, and then you can see that it's growing very quickly. This is sort of like exponential of sorts. I mean, it does hit some ceiling, I guess, at some point, but you can see if you have a page, of course, it has a lot of hyperlinks. This grows insanely quickly. So only after visiting 10 root domains, we already had over 600 links in the queue. So this does use quite a bit of memory. I mean, they're quite lean objects and everything, but yeah, you probably want to restrict the queue of some sort if you would really use this. So it doesn't, you know, is full. It's, well, not full, but you have an out of memory error or something. And you can give it as a capacity. After which, I guess you don't add anything. Or, of course, the other thing that I guess that's better is that here you say only add it if my queue has less than, I don't know, n elements. We don't really care because it uses not that much memory. I think we could easily put hundreds of thousands in there. So that's fine. So this looks good. Nice. The only thing I don't like is with this exception, it's like kinda, well, it's kinda ugly, but it's also fine. PKIX path building failed. I wonder why, like, what is going on this page that it cannot... It needs some, I guess it needs like a certificate that comes shipped with like a browser like Chrome, but that does not come shipped with this URL library from Java, because I would doubt that they do that. It sounds a bit like that. Whatever, that's not the goal of this thing. Okay, now I guess we can already print the statistics. So let's quickly go to the thing. So what we have a lot already. We were here, so this we have, and now we do breadth first traversal because of our queue. If we would want to do depth first, we can still use a queue, but we have to end queue, like add them to the queue differently, of course, such as we go first each arm or root. No, root is this. What is it called? Sorry, English not my first language. Each branch first. As I said, not that interesting. But then we would have to change how we queue this up. So if we just use add, it adds it at the end, and we pop it off at the beginning. So that's perfect for breadth first search, and not search traversal. But yeah, just as a point. Cool. Let's print some statistics. So let's start with the protocols. Should be pretty easy. So this is so what you see here. This is a map of protocol to int. So I want to print how often each protocol is used. And we can of course simply do that with visit hyperlinks, because we know which ones we saw, and we can do some stuff with that. So what we're gonna do is group by. What this does is, I mean, I'll show you Kotlin group by. Groups elements of the original array, well, array list in our case, set by the key returned by the key selector. Okay, sounds more confusing than I could describe it, I guess. So, okay, I should have just described. So what you can do is you can say it.protocol, right? Because that's one of the fields in our hyperlink. And then what it will do, it will get all of the ones that it will group them together by protocol and return a map that has the key each protocol, and then a list of all the elements as the values. So this will actually not work like this. So let me get this out of here. And instead, let's just print it so you see what it is like, because it's a bit confusing to understand. I otherwise would fear. Used protocols. Actually, let me call this protocol statistics. I don't like use protocols, sounds weird. Yes. Cool, so we're almost done already. That's nice. I mean, almost quite a long stream already. So, cool, let's let this run. And you see what the map is looking like. Takes quite a bit for each request. Maybe for testing, yeah, for testing purposes, I will lower this here so we have a quicker. Yeah, okay, now this is a very hard to read. But what you see is that it says HTTPS is equal to a list of all of these things. It's very crappy to read because we are like dumping the raw objects, but in theory it works fine. Is there someone that used HTTP? No, I think all of the ones so far are HTTPS. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we have to do something about the about this part, because this is not so nice to read in my opinion. Ah, no, wait. We anyways wanted an integer. That's sorry. Not the raw thing here. So this should be protocol and do an int. So what we do is map the values. So what we want to do is each of the values of this list for each map entry, we want to not have the raw hyperlink, but only, yeah, how many actually. So what we're going to do here is, I lost where my, here, sorry. It dot value, no, yes, dot count. So the value in this case would be a collection, and if we say count, it should give us an integer. Sorry, if I, why can I not? Ah. If I think it through correctly. Let's only visit, oh, it's root domain, so we visit actually quite more, well, whatever. Hey, it works. HTTPS 14, so apparently we visited 14 HTTPS hyperlinks, websites, whatever. Let's here make some space, because this looks very ugly. \n, 2 line breaks. And here we say protocol statistics is protocol statistics. Let's try that again. Hey, this looks really nice. Cool. The thing though that I want to do here as well is here say, now come the statistics. Statistics and the line break. Cool. Let's commit this. Print protocol statistics. I think that's all we added since last time. Yeah, that looks nice. Let's maybe what we could do. Yeah, no, not for now. Let's have some more statistics. The other thing that's interesting, I guess, is which top level domains we used. So top level domain statistics is a map of string to int. For now, we're just going to count as well. I mean, there's probably other nicer things you can do, but whatever. That's going to be very similar. So now we want to group the hyperlink by its root domain. Sorry, top level domain. And yeah, actually do the exact same. This is always the same. But this also you could put into a method, I guess. Would probably be a good idea. Ah, printing it would also help. Top level domain. What the hell is, well, whatever. Top level. I think they spelled it with a hyphen, whatever. And this is not the protocol statistics, but those. Yeah. Second try. Sorry, Spunkodong says, when you get a chance, you would send to Git again. Helps look at all the code. Yes, I think that's an excellent remark. So now you should have it. Good point. Top level domains. Here we go. This looks pretty nice. So we had 6 org, 7, actually very many org. Well, it's probably a lot of Kotlin pages itself. And 1 net porta. Nice. This is pretty nifty. What I will do now is put this into something that can print the generate these statistics a bit nicer. Well, or generate, no, it doesn't really generate anything. Build, I guess. Yeah, but not some statistics, but or occurrence statistics. And we give this a set or just any collection really. Well, no, a set actually is nicer because then we know that it's no duplicates. Hyperlinks. And then we get this bit right here. Now we need to tell it what hyperlink. Ah, okay, this is actually not that trivial in code. I mean, it is not difficult either, but the problem is that we can make it generic. The first thing I thought about, one time we wanted protocol to int, the other time a string, but that's oops. I just always do a string. Right, and I think what I'll do here now is like the selector of this essentially. So instead of this, we say the selector. So we pass this in, and what we do then is this receives a hyperlink to string, because that's what we have to do it by. Well, I guess any, and we call toString on it. So any is like object in Java, or like, yeah, it's like the highest level of all the types in the hierarchy. And here we just say toString. So now what happens? This should also receive key selector. And now this becomes a bit hard to read. What the hell happened here? I wanted to like this. Right. So what happens here is that you have you can pass it the lambda expression that usually we had like in here, and it receives a hyperlink. So that is this it thing, and it returns anything. So we can just use that here now. And here say string to int, and this is build occurrence statistics of visited hyperlinks and the same lambda expression. And this it now will be bound to the hyperlink. So that we just moved it around essentially. And here we can say top level domain. I think this should work. Let's give it a shot. No, something's wrong. Unresolved reference key selector. Oh. Yeah. Of course I have to group by still use this, but then call because we need to pass something in there. So now we receive the hyperlink, pass it into that, and return that, make that to a string. Yes, this is what I wanted. Still doesn't work though. Holy shit, everything's broken. Function declaration must have a name. Forgot that. We're getting there. Less and less errors. No, actually, it's still the same. Unresolved visited hyperlinks. Oh, wait, we did use that to group by? Yeah, that won't work. Hyperlinks. Yeah, it would be really nice to have like some underlines with like red squiggly line, you know, like you have in another thing. I'll try for the next episode to set that up with the next language. Beforehand, it's quite helpful. But hey, it works. Okay. Cool. There we go. I have the same statistics. Nice. Right. One thing I do notice is that the music stopped for some reason. So let me quickly repair that. Yeah, you look into IntelliJ IDEA. Yeah, I know. Kotlin, I mean, has perfect IntelliJ support. I would have done it in there. The reason, though, that I did it in here is that for the future languages, I plan on using, as I said, some that I'm not that familiar with or not at all myself to explore a bit more with you while I'm streaming. So that's why I wanted to go with Visual Studio Code from the get-go, because other languages will not have IntelliJ support. I had a quick look around for some other stuff that I thought about could be nice for future episodes. Yeah, none of this has IntelliJ support. So, and here actually a lot of stuff is supported, or it has an extension to do so. That's why I thought, okay, first episode, I'm also going to start using this. Because in IntelliJ, I agree with you. It's super nice. And it would have been twice as fast. NetBeans, yeah, good point. I'll look into that, actually. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, let me fix the music quickly. And I'll be back in a moment. All right, the music is back, and so am I. Sorry for this short intermission. You should now see something again. If you still see the waiting screen, let me know. Then I'll fix it ASAP. Right. I do like also the music for the coding, I have to say. Once it stopped, I was like, oh, that's very quiet right here. Cool, let's print some more stats. So the other thing is the root domains, I guess, which would be interesting. And then of course I'm gonna let it run longer. So root domain statistics, great. And here we want to have root domain. The only thing I'm wondering about now is we will count. Yeah, we will count them multiple times. Well, but that's fine, I guess. We saw them. Root. Oh, that's already there. Domain statistics is. So as you see, this is super nice now. I can just say build occurrence statistics of these and just do that. Pretty nifty, if you ask me. We can see you. Perfect. Thanks. Really great help. Otherwise, I would always have to check myself if it's still there. Right, root domains, nice. Unexpectedly, kotlinlang.org is in the top spot. Now that I'm thinking about it, you know what would be nice? To sort this. Because right now, yeah, I don't know, it doesn't make a lot of sense that com with more occurrences is lower. Yeah, let's sort this. First, let's commit, and this time I'm gonna push directly. Add more statistics, I think, and I'm gonna push. Yes. So, sorry. Let's drink something again, in the hope that it's not a hiccup this time around. Yes. So what we're gonna do is sort this. I wonder if I should do that now. Yeah, let's do something first. Now it ran for quite a long time, right? Let's first sit up straight and let it run for, yeah, for longer. I don't know, 100. Why not? Hey. Let's see. Actually, can make this even larger. There we go. Hey, hey, hey. Again, really funky music. No, it's random, so I don't know what's coming. Nice. So what you can see, or what I can see, and I'm sure some of you thought about this already, you notice some of the requests are very slow while others are very fast. What does this tell us usually? Concurrency. So that we need that. I mean, so what would be nice is to call, like, do each call in its own thread, or Kotlin also has other means, coroutines, namely, yeah. And now I'm seeing something I should also fix. You see here, like, we're getting stuck in like one root domain. You know, this is all utrack JetBrains.com, so their issue tracker. And you see, like, they link to each other, obviously, the issues. Like, this probably says, oh, this is blocked by this issue. Oh, this is blocked by that issue. Oh, this is referring to this stuff, you know, get what I'm saying? So you're stuck in sort of like a loop. Well, not a loop necessarily, but well, actually also a loop now that I think of it. But some, you know, you stay in the same part of the web. That's my point, which you can see because this grows very slowly. And actually, in this case, it doesn't grow; it decreases. Yeah, let me finish my first thought and then the second one. So what would be nice is to call this in separate threads, the like getting the HTML code, because then you're not dependent on like, oh, this server is very slow and this is a lot faster and stuff like that. So that would be nice. It's a bit more advanced. I think I won't add it now because it's kind of overkill, but maybe I will. Let's see. Yeah, so getting 100 root domains takes quite a long time apparently. Yeah, while this is running, I'm gonna do another thing I thought about. So the first thing I noticed, we can have cycles actually, which is problematic. So it can happen that that's quite easily, right? I mean, let's look at something I forgot about. If we're in number 6, or let's say number 5, it can well be that number 5 links to number 2 again. I mean, it's allowed, right? There's no protection against that in World Wide Web. So you would walk in a circle. I mean, it's not horrible because you only add them in breadth first search way, such that you would first finish the entire level and then go here again. Problem, of course, is though that you also add everything here again because you visit it again, such that you re-add the same hyperlinks all the time. And this is also the reason why depth first would be a horrible idea, because if you do this and you add 5 and then you say, oh, let's continue like to the first link on page 5. If this is 2, you're stuck in an endless loop. You're just going 2, 5, 2, 5, 2, 5. I mean, down like this, certainly, sort of. But you get what I'm saying. So this is why breadth first at least protects you a bit against that. Right. So let's, since we anyways already look up, which we looked at, if we already visited it, if link in visited hyperlinks, continue. Since we removed the line beforehand, it is gone out of the queue, so we can continue. I think this should be good. Is this still running? Holy shit. Okay, 100 is apparently too much. Yeah, see, you're getting stuck on a... yeah, in that case, I'm just gonna say once I visited 100 hyperlinks in general. Because... Stop. Otherwise, it gets out of control. And the other thing, I guess, which we could add, is that it also checks which hyperlinks, which root domains it already visited, to also skip those, which would allow, I presume, or not presume, it would allow to see more parts of the World Wide Web. Otherwise, you see, this still happens, even though we don't have the loops anymore. And that, actually, now I'm thinking about it, it can happen, although it's unlikely, that you run completely dry. I mean, you know, it's not like it's truly infinite, the World Wide Web, but it's unlikely that you ever run dry right here, you know, that there's nothing in the queue anymore. But with this, it can happen, because at some point you could reach, I think at least, you could reach a page that just has no links, and if that happens multiple times in a row, well, namely very often in a row, then actually you have nothing, which is fine, because it's very unlikely, but yeah, just something to keep in mind. Right, let's do something first. What did I change here anyways? Yeah, to not visit something multiple times. Yeah, that sounds like a good thing to commit. Skip crawling hyperlinks that were already crawled in the past. 12 characters over the limit. I don't care. Right. So let's, I guess, add that thing and then the sorting. I just realized that we didn't add that yet. So I think what would be nice is, because we anyways already collect which root domains we saw, which initially I just wanted for this if statement, but now I'm realizing that that's actually also quite nice. Yeah, that we're gonna check not only if we saw the hyperlink already, but also if link.root domain in visited root domains, then we also continue. So that would mean that each of these we only visited a single time. So in this case, I'm just realizing that this is technically also part of the root domain, or is not? Not sure. Anyways, that would mean that we only visit jetbrains.com once. I kind of want that utrec.jetbrains.com though as its own thing. So that would mean that we have to change what constitutes subdomain. Yeah, you know what? Let's do here val full domain. I'm not sure what else I would call this. And this is domain. Each of the subdomains. Join. Oh, I have to Google how that's Kotlin. Join to string or something like that. So what I want to do is, if we have this set of subdomains, I want to join together with dots. Join to string, and you give it what you want to join it with. Yeah, so this is postfix. We actually also need. Right, so maybe I should do this some bit, well, whatever. Join to string, and then we have the separator, which is a char sequence. So string. Dot. I guess separator is what you, yeah. And postfix, so what we have at the end, because then we don't need the, well, no, actually we can just put it there. I don't really care. And in this case, so if you do nothing, it just takes them by the order in Kotlin, so that would be separator likewise. So subdomains join to string. Okay, then let's quickly here lock the full thing. Well, yeah, let's just lock the full thing. And we're having some spam bots on the chat. That's very sad. It happens. Let me see if I can ban them. Yes, I can. Sorry. I think now the stuff should be gone. Sorry for that. Nothing I can do about it. While I did that, this stuff is running. And let me see if this worked. So we have full domain. So if you have nothing, it also does a dot. Right. So that we, yeah, well. Is there a way to do that? To avoid that? Create a string from all the elements separated using separator and using prefix if supplied. If the collection could be huge, you can specify a non-negative value limit. That's super cool. You can truncate it. Nice. I guess honestly the only way to really do this is with an if statement, and at that point it gets way too large for this. So in here we're gonna do private fun format subdomains. Actually, it can be also public. Would be quite nice to have the subdomains back, you know. And here we say this returns as a raw string, so I want them with the dots again. If subdomains dot is empty, well, or actually is not empty, I'm doing this. We return that, else return just a string, I guess, because there's no subdomains. In this case, I'm just returning a string, not a nullable string, because formatting to me implies that it still returns something, even though it cannot format anything. So I think this is fine. And then in here, we just say format subdomains. Actually, what we can also do, it's fine. Format subdomains Yeah, so this would be an empty string, meaning that this is just gone, but then we still have the dot. And this is actually why the postfix is nice, because then we only have it in that case. Postfix is a dot, so we separate on dot and okay. And then this can go, meaning that this will collapse into an empty string if there's nothing. Theoretically. No enum constant. Oh, we have something that didn't fit our enum. Unresolved. This doesn't work because it's not yet. Created. Right? Unresolved. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Companion object. We can make it static. It should work. Oops. And subdomains set. Yeah, and then in here we just give it the subdomains. I think this works, that you can use something that you received earlier. Ooh, not sure. Yes, it does. Okay, let's see. Full domain www.jetbrains.com. Nice. And let's check for something that doesn't have a subdomain. Yes, kotlin.org. Full domain. Cool. This works nicely. All right, let's commit this. Add full domain name to hyperlink. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, let's push. Oops, hold on. No. Want to start Discord? It's still starting itself. There we go. Okay, sorry for that. We have this. What did we change here? Ah, right. Yeah, that's not done yet. First of all, here we want to say link URL again. Yes, and here I want to check. I don't want to have the root domains, but the full domains. Visited domains, whatever. So we're using that there and there. So this is the and dip, and this is full domain. Yeah, so now what I would expect. We need a CLS. Oh no. Here. What I would expect is that let's find an example. Blog.gradle.org is different than gradle.org, which I kind of want because, well, technically it's two different pages. All right. Let's see. So now we should never see. Actually, I'm gonna let it run for a moment because we shouldn't see this utrack thing again. That it has like 20 utrack. Here's one. Yeah, and it doesn't happen again. Oh, it still happens. Never mind. What? Visited utrack.com. Why does this happen? Oh, domain. Why does this even work? Maybe I didn't compile it again. Oh, I'm adding the root domain here and checking for the full domain. Yeah, that's not gonna help. Never mind. Okay, now it should work. Yeah, I saw one new track and I shouldn't see another one. Yeah, I think it works. It's quite interesting, I have to say, how quickly you get to the usual suspects. Facebook.com, LinkedIn.com, Instagram. I mean, fair enough, because people like link to their thing. But it's quite interesting. It didn't take as many hops to get there. Which, by the way, would also be an interesting statistic. How long did it take you to go from one place to the other in this particular part of the World Wide Web? Right. So this looks good. Let's... Yeah, once we visited 100, let's print some statistics again. And I think then we can commit that again. The sorting, I haven't forgotten it. That's something we need now. While this runs, I'm gonna edit. Sorting. This has to be go in here. And then actually it's a good time. So in general, I would say, you notice maybe I didn't add much or almost no comments. Because I would say so far it's pretty self-explanatory. But in this case, I actually think this is a very good time, in my opinion, to put a comment. Because this is not self-explanatory, in my opinion. That this returns a sorted map. I mean, fair enough. I think I will actually do this because I think it's a type. But still, I think it would be nice to mention. Returns a sorted map of the selected property of hyperlink as a string. I guess like this. As a string counting with, let's make a line break here. Oh my god, it doesn't even do that itself. That's great stuff. Yeah. With the occurrences as the values, occurrences of each. Yeah, I think that's good. Well, returns a map. A map, comma, sorted. Well, let me edit here. The return, the map is sorted by the values. This. Oh no, ascendingly. No, we want actually descendingly. We want the highest ones first. Descendingly. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Looks good. Right. This is a sorted map, but it doesn't return a sorted map. I forgot how this works. Let me look this up. So yeah, usually a map, right? The keys are not sorted. However, there's a sorted map. I think it's a Java to sorted map, and then you have to give it something. I don't know. Kotlin to sorted map. Okay, you can just say to sort map, but what does it sort by? Know that if the natural sorting order of keys considers any two keys equal, the equality is inconsistent. Okay, so it uses the keys. That's not what we want. We want the values. So you have to give it a comparator. So we want to compare by int, right? Our value. What do you receive here though? It's the key, I presume. So you have a map it.length. Yeah. So this is the key. Ooh, how would you do that then? Wait. By value. Yeah, many people had this idea. By values. Oh, that's super ugly. Apparently it's the only way. Okay, I don't know why that is not a thing. Yeah, I guess let's do this. If you need to use function for comparison, yeah, sure. So we convert it to a list of key value pairs, and then we sort those and make them back to a map. Ugh. This is obviously horrible for memory consumption, because we first make a list of key value pairs, then we sort them, and then we just throw all of them away to get a map again. Not so nice. Honestly, I wouldn't know from the top of my head any other way to do it, so I guess here we are. Then actually this is not a sorted map, because I don't really care. We don't care about the key, so you can use an underscore in Kotlin to just denote that it's like ignored. We do care about the value. Yeah, this, I was about to say this looks good. It doesn't look good, I still don't like it, but better than nothing. If you know a better way, let me know in the comments. I think though there's not a straightforward, nicer way, which is a bit sad that two-sort map doesn't just give you the map entry, not only the key. Oh, by the way, I just noticed I ran the other thing and just removed it, like ignored it. Well, let's run this then. It's really interesting to me how quickly we accumulate the hyperlinks in the queue, like 600 already. To be fair, it grows insanely at the beginning. Like there's some page that has super many. Block.jetbrains. Do we lock this at the very end, or where do we lock this? Yeah, so after we added it already. So where's the jump really big? I mean, this is a huge jump. So block.jetbrains.com has a lot of links because we go from 69 to 115, and then the other big jump is this is also huge. Building.coursera, becoming bilingual. Interesting. Would be also nice to see which ones have how many like sub links. Well, you can add a lot of stuff now, right? The statistics pretty much endless. If you do have a statistic that you want to see, actually that's a good point. That's what the chat is really useful for. Let me know in the chat if there's some statistic. I'll try to make it work. Can be anything. Can be very outlandish. I'll try to make it work. Because I think then also we're almost done here. With at least our... And now I closed it. Great stuff. And I'm not sure how to open it back up. Well, with our requirements that are gone now. There's some way to open last link or something. Because the thing is, I don't know the shortcut in Windows. How is it not this? Well, it's gone. Never mind. This should be done by now. Nice. And oh wait, I'm stupid. I didn't even sort anything really. Well, yes, but it's not descendingly. Yeah, it gets bigger, so we want the other way around. Sorted by descending, I think, is a thing. Wow, it's only a single language that has this, or the page is very popular. Looks good to me. Right, let's have a sip of water in the meantime. Interesting, also some pages just have no links. Like sometimes it's not growing. Interesting. I wouldn't know that there's a web page with no links at all. It's quite rare, I think, on the World Wide Web. So yeah, again, if you want to see some certain statistics, drop them in the comments. While this runs, let me check if someone actually did. Not yet. Neat coding ideas. Try the Wikipedia game. You start from a random page on Wikipedia and explore all the hyperlinks until you find a specific page. Yes, I thought about this as well. Who wrote this? Justin Lorre. Oh yeah, you were there already earlier, right? Nice. Cool that you stuck around the whole time. While I designed this desktop application, the web crawler, I thought about the same. Because first I actually started on Wikipedia. But then I thought, okay, this will only give us like, you know, because Wikipedia links typically to its own pages a lot, so you're also going to get stuck. I mean, we now have this trick here with trying to get out of one domain to see a bit more of the World Wide Web, so that would eliminate that. But yeah, actually, I like this idea. I do like this idea. Thanks. Like, I wonder how many links you need to follow between the Kotlin page and Niagara Falls. Your code would be adapted to that. You know what? I think I might just do it still today. It sounds like a great idea. Yep, let's try it. I'll try it. If you'll stick around a bit still, then I'll try it. I think it's an excellent idea, actually. At first, though, we have our sorted list. Map now. And looks good. So, out of our URLs that we visited, well, it's one more because I said over 100. We have 93% have HTTPS, so that's pretty good. 70% have .com, and you see the rest. I don't have to read everything. Yeah, so here's some that are a bit messed up. So, com, question mark, text, blah, blah. This is not really a top level domain. Honestly, I wonder how this even works, but I'm also no expert on this domain scheme. So apparently you can do that. Don't ask me. No, they forgot the slash. There's no slash but a straight question mark. Can we make a 10-minute break? Yeah, actually it's a good idea. I should also grab some new water. I think it's a good idea. Let's make it 5 minutes, because otherwise it's gonna get very late for me, because I'm in the Netherlands. Not sure where you're watching from. Yes, I'll push, and yes, when there's no slash, you'll need to parse the top line. Yeah, that's right. Justin, where are you from? I think from Spongodonk, I heard it's United States. But if you want to share it, where you're from. Right, yeah, let me commit, and then we do a 5-minute break, and then we're gonna add the Wikipedia game. I think I like that. Wait, what did we add? There was something still wrong in here. Yeah, the URLs. I'm gonna fix that also later. Sorry, top level domain. Yeah, this looks cool. Okay. Can you commit only like a hunk? Is that the thing? Like, can I say only? Probably somehow. I mean, I know in other visual Git clients you can, or whatever. It's just sort all of the current statistic maps. All right, and push Belgium. Oh, next door. Nice. Well, I'm actually German, but I'm living in Netherlands since a long time. Nice. Cool. Very, very good to know. Then it's also quite late at your place. Well, I'm still gonna add this now because I'm curious. Right. If everyone agrees, and anyways, I guess Spongodonk already is fetching some food anyhow. I'm gonna just leave you with this music and do a 5-minute break so no one misses anything. I see you in 5 minutes from exactly now. Hello. So this was 5 minutes. Sponkadonk, I hope you're back. And not gone for longer. Then we can continue. Because you're stuck around all the time, I don't really wanna start without you now. By the way, the other people still watching, drop something in the chat if you want to. I know it's not many, but I'm very happy with all of you that are here. Cool. Yes, let us get out of the screen. Cool. You should be seeing me and the code again. If not, let me know. Still first live stream ever. Right. 2 things we wanted to do, I believe. The first one is fix this. It's not really necessary, but I think it's a quick fix as just made it. Nice. I didn't do anything yet, so no worries. Why is SMS OTP not as secure as authentication? Oh, really interesting what stuff you get here. It's really interesting to me. Well, this stuff here. And as Justin pointed out, I could just filter on the question mark. Is there another way? I think slash and question mark then actually is the only 2 that are allowed. So let us fix that. Should be in our parser. Actually, I noticed that I called this HTML parser in the end, so let's rename that. Rename. Right. As you see, it does work. In other languages, that doesn't even work, but it's kind of ugly in my opinion. All right. Let me drink a sip, and then yes, the question mark. Let's go. So I could add it to the regex. No, we cannot because we want the entire URL. So this is the. Let me think. This is the. Where did we see it? This is inside of the top level domain. All right. Okay. Top level domain is. You know what? Let's also put that into. I mean, all of them are parse top level domain URL that. Well, this one is not, but. Private fun, which by the way is quite a funny name. That, and we named it this. String. Cool. You know what? I also want this now. I cannot stand this. Private fun parse protocol. Yeah. URL without protocol. That makes a lot of sense to parse protocol. Return the protocol, and there we are. Okay, problem solved. Cool. Right, for top level domain. Well, let's see. So substring are before the slash or question mark. And I do wonder if there's a way to do like an or in there. I doubt it, but I mean, Let's have a look. Missing delimiter value. Returns a substring before the first occurrence of the string does not contain a delimiter. Returns missing which defaults to the... Wow, okay, I didn't know that. This is the standard library of Kotlin is insane, like what you can do with it. But you would need a library easily for this kind of shit for for most of the languages that I used so far. Right, it's my first live stream. Yeah, it actually is. Well, okay, technically speaking, I did one yesterday, and there were a lot of technical difficulties, and it only lasted for a few minutes, so I aborted and scheduled it again for today. But yeah, so yesterday was my first one. Before that, no, never live streamed anything. So this is the first real one that actually works. Thanks. Happy to hear. Right, something before. You would think he did it a bunch. Yeah, okay. I do like public speaking quite a bit, you know. So it's I always quite enjoyed giving a presentation or something in high school, university. So I guess that's maybe why, not sure. But live stream, first try. Oh, one thing I'm noticing here, even though I think it's not necessary in Kotlin because it returns anyways the first line, let's add it. Something before the, yeah, let me think now, because if we also get it, I think we can just chain them together. Let's look at an example. So if we have something like this, and this would be a question mark, and we say substring before slash, and there is no slash, we return the original string, as we saw with this missing delimiter, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think actually this should work. What do you think? My viewers, my trusty viewers? Man, I'm very happy that you're here, I have to tell you, because otherwise I'd be speaking into the void, and you're a very good audience, like seriously. Hope you're watching for the future ones as well. By the way, if you have wishes for languages, drop them in the comments. I heard already from Sponkedonk Java. Obviously, I'm gonna do that then if it's wished. If you have some wishes, can be something obscure as well. As I pointed out a couple of times, I want to do something that I have not much experience with myself. With Java, I also do, but that's okay. So Java I will do, but yeah, drop anything that you want to see. Can be something that you never used yourself, right? That's kind of the point, I guess. Right, something is broken here, sorry. Source file, oh yeah, we renamed our HTML parser, so that's... There we go. Yeah, let's let it run through, because then we will see if the comments question mark thing is gone. Yeah, in the meantime, I think then we're set for the Wikipedia game. Nothing much I want to still add. I mean, I could add a lot more statistics. I think though it's fine for now. And the Wikipedia thing sounds very interesting to me. Now, I will try to reuse this of some sort, so that we still keep the crawler as it is, just crawling, and we make a new thing on top of it to make it a bit more... yeah, probably engineered. I mean, this is called self-taught software engineer after all. We're not just, at least I try to, not just write something that works, you know, but something that is nice. I have to go to bed soon, I'm sure. Yeah, it's okay. It is indeed 1 AM. Then though, Justin is also next door in Belgium, so it's fine. Don't worry. I will not stay another 3 hours, but I will still try to add this. At least get started, you know, if not, we're going to do a second stream. If it turns out after a few minutes it's more difficult than I think, then... yeah, sorry. This is something I still have to get better with, like talking responding to your comments and continuing with the stream, it's quite difficult. I cannot see though the com thing, so I think it's fixed. Wait. Oh yeah, it's fixed. Root demo domain. Oh wow, community. Yeah, one of the newer domains with the long names. So let's see, Stack Exchange. What I do wonder now though is, how the hell did we see Stack Exchange 20 times? Because we anyway still visit it and only then don't continue with it. But we don't add the... When do we add that we visited it? At the very end only. How can you actually have so many... Oh no, root domains. Think. Yeah, no, of course. We're skipping on full domains. So Stack Exchange is of course allowed because you can have a.stack exchange, b.stack exchange. Yeah, so that's fine. Yeah, interesting. Stack Exchange. Various GitHub pages, unexpectedly JetBrains, because they make Kotlin. No. Is there something like super unexpected, I wonder? Sorry. Plan 99. The thing is, I kind of want to open these, but then though, not sure what these pages are. Probably shouldn't. Enable javascript.com. No way. Okay, that I'm gonna visit. So because of our URL thing here, the JavaNet URL, it obviously doesn't load any JavaScript, it just gets the text. How to enable JavaScript in your browser. Nice. If you disable it, this text will change. Yeah, so we'll never see that in here, but that's funny. Yeah, but apart from that, nothing really unexpected, I would say. Like, it's all stuff that is development related. So, seems fine. Interesting. Right, let's commit this. Yeah, I fixed the thing, of course. Fix bug that caused top level domains to be malformed in, well, whatever, to be malformed. Cool. Wikipedia game. Let's do it. Wikipedia game.kt. I mean, you could do this very complex. No, I'll see what we can do. Class Wikipedia. What do we need? We need again a seed page. Private, caps lock, private, vla, to drink a bit. To the Belgian viewer. Sorry, it's like some weird drink they have here. To all the other non-Benelux viewers. Like yogurt to drink of sort. Private val seed URL. I guess this is literally the same. The only thing that we have to make sure here is that it's actually a Wikipedia page. Then this will have a crawler that we need to give the seed. Something I'm gonna do here now is that so what you can have is, because this is essentially constructor, you can have this init block and just call some arbitrary code that just runs before or while it's initialized. So this would never run if something happens here. So I guess what we're just gonna do here, I mean, it's just testing anyways, but still. If seed URL contains Wikipedia, and then we say not, we throw illegal arguments. There's also some, wait, there's a nicer way in Kotlin, check. No, require, it's called, I think. So you can give this something. Sorry, I have a hiccup again, I'm not sure what's going on with me today. And then here, Wikipedia link is required as seed. Right. So what this does is it checks. Wait, the other way around now. That it does contain, so that the positive, the happy flow has to be in here. It does contain Wikipedia, else otherwise it throws an illegal argument exception with this text. Yeah, that looks, it's a bit overkill, but as I said, I want to make proper code. Right, so now the first thing that's jumping to mind is we would need to have some way to only stay within Wikipedia. That's the first thing. And I'm wondering if we should make this a feature of the crawler. So if in here you can say like, hey, only stay on this domain. Or or the other thing is we could like all the time send the URLs and then just treat them over here to skip the ones. Well, but that's kind of shit because then you continue crawling around where you shouldn't because you want. Yeah, you know, it has to have this feature actually. So here we say, I think start, I guess. Well, technically it should also be in here because why would you have? Yeah, let's put it here. This would then be full domains, and that's a set of what am I doing? Set of string. Yeah, now we can have to verify again that this is an actual domain. Okay, for that I'm gonna add a to-do comment. I'm sorry, but that would take a bit too long. I need a new regex for that. And as Sponkodonk pointed out correctly, it's quite late. So regex another time. And by default, this is a set of, because yeah, I don't like this name. Full domains and allowed full domains. So now in here we only visit things. So once we're here, we filter. Then we only go to the ones that are in there if it has something. Yeah, there's no nice way to do this. I wondered already once, like that you have. Well, maybe. Filter it in allowed domains. Of course, if it's empty, this will filter out everything. Oh, nice. Anderson Lamech. Nice to meet you. Didn't I see you yesterday in this other stream as well? Maybe I'm confusing you. I'm sorry if I confused you, but in this short stream I started and that actually then died. I think I saw you as well. Anyways, thanks a lot for being here. Right. I'm thinking quickly if there's a way to to essentially like only, I mean, of course I could add if la la la, but if there's a bit more nice way. Hey. Anyways, one thing I first want to do is we should do here, as I said it, to do validate these to be legal domains. I think I'm gonna do deaccluate. So if it is, yeah, well, let's at least put it on a new line so it doesn't look so horrible on this long line. There must be some nicer way, but I cannot think of one now. This is something that I ran into a couple of times already while coding in Kotlin, or in general with stream processing. If allowed full domains is is because of course I cannot say like put all the domains in the world in there, right? That would otherwise be nice default, but no. I'm probably missing something. There must be some way to do it nicer. Anyways, is not empty, then we do this, else we say true. So what we're just gonna do now is, let me scroll up a bit. If it's not empty, we check if it's in there. Otherwise, we just let everything through the filter. Let's test this, because I'm not sure if it works. Fun count hops or something like that. Int. Yeah, and actually now this has this main function here. I do wonder which one it... Yeah, I only can have a single one, I think. Yeah, so let me comment that out. Actually, yeah, no, we're not gonna name that run or something like that, because then you can still call it from somewhere else. And here, I guess it's time for main.kt, because it kind of makes no sense to be in one of the files, in my opinion. Oh, but now it doesn't have the thing here anymore. Then this we can just do... This doesn't need to be... Well, whatever. You can call it from there. So, Wikipedia game. Seed URL. So we're gonna do the same stuff as here. So then later you can run this with whatever you want, either the raw crawler or this one. The Wikipedia game with the seed. What else does it need? Nothing. Let me just call. Sorry for cracking my knuckles. Some people really hate it. I'm sorry. Whatever. Wikipedia game.count hops, and now we have to say from where to where. That's actually what I forgot here. From string to string. Something I'm starting to think if we should, or actually hyperlink is better. Then we can be sure that it's already something. Just makes me need to crack my knuckles when someone else. Thanks for all the good feedback. I actually, sorry, I missed your message, Justin. I never coded in Kotlin, but I like it a lot. Yeah, it's a pretty good language. I do enjoy it. If you want to know more, I have a lot of content on my channel, just regular videos on Kotlin. Check them out and subscribe if you want to. Consider it. Right. From to. So here we're gonna... Yeah, I think you need then 2 arguments. Yeah. So let's not do that. Can you do get with array Kotlin? Yeah, let's see what. Yeah, no. Yes. Get. What does it return though if that doesn't exist? It throws an exception, I guess. Index out of bound. Okay. Is there a way to get this like? Get if it's there. That's element at or null. Perfect. This is exactly what I was looking for. Okay, so we get from and to, and yeah, that's not this. Actually, then we need no seed URL, I just realized. Because we just here say, hey, do it from there to there. Let's do it a bit better here and say val from a page is a hyperlink We also need an HTML parser now. Well, in that case, I guess it's nicer if we do only give it strings and then just fade if it's not a correct string. Just to encapsulate this behind the facade, the interface of this. Well, from page is a hyperlink. And then we have the same, well, actually, what is this called? Build hyperlink. With from URL, I guess, to URL. Make it really clear, because this is one of the things where I would say, like, you can then avoid the comment, because otherwise if it's named from to, yeah, I would add a kdoc or the comment here, because if I just read it and without wanting to read the code, it's kind of crap what, you know, what this refers to. I think this is clear enough. Yeah, not two of them. And then we do the same here. This is the to page with the to URL. Oh, guessed that correctly. Hey Anito, I had a good time following you. See you next time. I'll check the videos. Thanks. I mean, it's very late, so I'm not mad. Yeah, have a good one. If you want to, make sure to also check the recording, because this will just be on YouTube channel afterwards, to see your suggestion running. Right, because after all, it was your idea. Thanks a lot, Justin. See you around. Hopefully next one. From page to page. Yes. Cool. This we don't need. Right. So this then actually is a string. I guess at that point. Yeah, usually I would throw an exception there, but since it's like the main method that cannot even really, well, yes, I should do it correctly. Here we say error, please provide starting URL, starting page. Now we have to put this because it's super unreadable. So what this will do actually is throw an exception, as you might have guessed, which means that it doesn't really matter if this was null or not. There was definitely me in the other stream, Kotlin fanatic here. Nice. Cool. I can only agree. Let's have a chat about Kotlin at some later point then. Right. Wikipedia game count hops. Okay, this looks good to me. We only need to give it multiple things now. Multiple arguments. Right, we have our from and our to page. You know what? Let's commit this because it's getting a bit much. What did we change here? Ah, right. Okay. Allow. No. Implement that only a certain set of domains is going to be called over. Like that. Scaffold Wikipedia game. and main add new entry and entry file, whatever. There are no stage commits. Would you like to stage all your changes? Yes. And we push. All right. Yes. What's next? We need to tell. Oh, the crawler needs a seed URL. That's unfortunate because we don't have it anymore. Well, I guess then actually this whole thing also doesn't exist. Fun, private fun, validate URLs, URL string. Something like that. Validate URL from URL and validate. Okay. So now these are checked. The init block we don't need. This we also don't need because it doesn't do anything. And now we need the the crawler back here. Val crawler equals crawler. No. Crawler, and here we give it. Does this need a? I forgot if this needs a URL or a just a string, no hyperlink. From URL. At this point in time, I'm starting to doubt that this is a good idea because now you have to. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna move it down there because honestly, it doesn't make a lot of sense that this is there. Now we just pass it in here. And this is still optional. And then we can keep our thing here. And we don't need to construct a new one every time. It's kind of stupid. I do have to say. Crawler. Crawler that dot start. Maybe it should be crawl. I don't know. No, it's kind of stupid. Wait, why are we parsing these again? I do wonder what my idea was here with parsing these. Ah, that we know that they're at least hyperlinks. Does that make any sense? Not really, because we anyways throw an exception afterwards if it's not. Well, we don't throw one thing, by the way, I noticed, yeah, now that I'm saying this thing should have a lot more exception handling. Well, or not exception handling, but like error handling, because there's a lot of cases that you can give it something that technically still fits into the, I think at least, that technically still fits into the regex, but actually it's not a URL, so this should have a bit more, maybe actually it's more robust than I think. I don't know. I think due to the fact that you cannot give it just a link, but the whole HTML, and it has this private find URLs, maybe actually it is more robust than I think. Whatever. Start. So now it starts crawling. And now... So I had two options. Either we just crawl, right? And just return at the end. Okay, that's what we crawled over. Or the other option... So we pass it like all the time. For now, let's make it easy, I guess, and say, well, but then you don't know when you can stop and so on. Well, whatever. Set hyperlink. Right, and then here we just return visited hyperlinks. One thing I do realize, we cannot do this thing anymore with the full domain. Because of Wikipedia, you get what I'm saying? Like, I guess if this is not empty, we want to skip this. Is empty and end. Because otherwise, if you say only scroll on these and we skip all of them immediately, that's kind of stupid. Yeah, so if it's empty and it's there, then we skip it. Which will not be the case out there. Yes, this looks better. Good that I realized now I would have run into this running it, I'm pretty sure. Right, so this gives us a visited hyperlinks set of hyperlink. You know what? Let's. You need some stopping condition. Otherwise, you crawl forever. Yeah, so this would really be nicer to do, like, you crawl and at the same time return it. There's plenty of ways, channels, for instance, in Kotlin to do this, but it's a bit overkill for now. Well, not overkill, but like it takes too long to implement. So I guess we give this maximum max max hops or something like that, and we default it to 100. Larger or equal to max hops. And now this breaks up a bit here, so let me fix that. Yeah, usually there would be some formatter or something. Don't have that here. This looks a lot better. All right, the allowed ones. What do we say here? The full domain. Yes. Okay, so this is a yeah. You know what? I'm gonna hardcode it for now, but it is a bit tricky because Wikipedia has this format with the en something, so it would be that would be the full domain, I think. I'm gonna use English, of course, but obviously you don't want to hardcode it here, so let's move that in a bit. Right, and the final thing is, and now I'm starting to notice that this should just be named arguments because it's really hard to see what the hell is what. Max hops. Hope. Yeah, I don't know, 100 for now as well. Allowed domains from URL. Oh my god, I increased everything in size. Oops. I'm sorry, I don't know what I copy pasted. Sorry, there we go. And now we're back. Yeah, let's try this, because sure if it works. Are we calling this? Looks like we do. There's, however, gonna be a few problems. First one is that we do not have the Wikipedia game.kt, and also the main is missing. Ah, Jesus. Unresolved reference seed URL. Okay. Do we call this? Oh, it's kind of stupid. It doesn't squiggly line that. Well. Return expression required. Wait, where? Oh, we return an int here. Haha. Return 0. No value passed for seed URL. Ah, wait, from to, that makes absolutely no sense. What am I doing? Ah, crap. This only wants... Ah, yeah, that's also why it says, hey, I don't have a seed URL. Seed URL is from, and we figure out what happens with to. Cannot find a parameter with this name. It's apparently not called allowed domains. Ah, allowed full domains. Fair enough. What else? No value pass for seed URL. Yes. Let's try that again. CLS. No value pass for parameter seed URL. Ah, we're not giving it here, the thing. So yes, okay. Let's see what do you want? From where to where should I go? What did he what did Justin recommend at the beginning? I'm not sure. From where to where should I go? He said Kotlin page on Niagara Falls. Why not? Kotlin Wikipedia. Yes. So this is our starting point. Ooh, it thinks this is like... Ooh. I think it interprets this as... Well, maybe it's just the syntax highlighting. Niagara Falls. Well, what am I doing? This we need. Not sure if this will work, because maybe the shell interprets this as something. Yeah, I think so. Ah, no, there's something else going on. Right, here we say it, which refers to hyperlink, is in full domain. So here, of course, we have to say full domain is in full domains. And this also gets a bit out of hand. Yes, better. Too many arguments for public constructor, crawler, define crawler. Wait, it's from the thing down here? Too many arguments. Too many arguments. But it wants at least... These are optional. String is not. I know what, comment it out. I'm gonna... Yeah, the term programmer is not recognized. Yes, I thought so. Okay. I hope you can just wrap them in double quotes. I kind of doubt it, honestly, sadly. If not for the sake of the time, I'm not gonna hardcode them in the program. We'll see. Hello. Huh? Okay, let's see. Oh my god. Could not retrieve, could not retrieve, could not retrieve, could not retrieve. And rip. Oh my god, it goes to like all the buttons and stuff, of course. Yeah, how to do this? Okay, we only want to go on Wikipedia pages. What is... okay, /wiki, apparently. So we only want to go where it says wiki. So this would be would have to be a feature in the crawler. La, 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 la. It's starting to get a bit iffy now, because I don't want to add more and more things here, because at that point you should do it differently. Maybe I'll still go for this for now, since I don't know. Otherwise it takes very long. So typically what you would do, you know what? I think that's not that difficult. We're gonna do that. Allowed patterns set of RegEx. And again, that's an empty set. Or maybe it's a set of a RegEx that is matching anything. Dot. I think. Yeah, let's build this, because that shouldn't be so hard. If we take one of those and go here. No, and put it here. And say we want to match slash wiki slash. Alright, that's the regex already. We just want to make sure that it is there, you know, not interested what match we exactly have, but just that it exists. Which at this point you could already make this the whole thing, because it will always be that. Yeah, and at that point I'm starting to doubt if allowed full domains is so useful. Well, it kind of is, because otherwise we have this filter thing we cannot really do, because we skip them otherwise. I guess we're just gonna go with wiki then. Can I copy only that? Thanks. Okay, I'm gonna hardcode it for now. I mean, this other thing is also allowed patterns is set of regex of oopsala. And now we need this bullshit again. So because we escape the slash, we need to add 2, I believe. I think like this. Yeah. I explained this at the very, very beginning of the live stream. But here you go. This looks good. Now we only have to use it. Allowed patterns is. So we only wanna do exactly the same stuff. Filter if, actually pretty much the same. No, because we do have one by default. So we don't need this if else stuff, but just that. Okay, now we do need to see though what allowed patterns dot all, which would mean like only if all of them return true, whatever I'm doing in here now, then that is the case. Let me say URL, because otherwise it's a bit unclear what we receive here. Right, then I have it, which is the pattern. It, and now I have to Google Kotlin RegEx. Probably still open here. I should just close some of these. Yeah, actually it is here. Because there's also just that it matches at all, you know. Yeah, contains match in, indicates whether the regular expression can find at least one match. Okay, sounds good. It contains match in URL. Hyperlink or link. Link.url. Yeah, I guess this works. The only question is if this regex, where is it, really matches everything? I'm not really sure. Where's my regex thing? Ah, here. I know, come on. Yeah, it seems to work. Oh no. Right, okay. No, this looks good. Let's try it. So this now should only bring us to wiki pages. Oh. Ah, illegal escape. What the hell? Only like this? I really hate this. I mean, well, it should be 2. No, it does work. Okay. Shadowed name link. Yeah, that's not good. So I guess then it is a hyperlink. It is. It's kind of stupid because here you want to have short names. I should name this hyperlink. Well, whatever. So I visited. Wait, here. I visited Kotlin programming language. And then there's nothing else that matches that. First thing we have to do to be sure that this is working. Oh, we can do it in there. Print ln allowed patterns. I hope it can print them, like human speak. How do you say natural language? Yes. Then though, I do wonder if well, let's try this first. So we only have a single one, so whatever. Contains match in hyperlink URL. Because I guess these are, yeah, it locks it 4 times. So also let's print what the one is. Hyperlink.url. Right, so we have, wait, where are we printing the, I scrolled too far. Here we go. Wait, the only things on this page, this cannot be that's the only links on the page. I mean, there's plenty. What are we missing? Oh! No, but it is an.wikipedia.org. Let's comment that out to see what that brings us. What was it called again? CLS. Okay. Let's see. Okay, something's not working with our allowed domains there. anwikipedia.org. Do we have any other anwikipedia? No, maybe. What the hell? Yeah, okay, it goes first on the sidebar, so let's run it longer. It's in a cycle of sorts, I think, because it's always. No, this is just no, this is too strong. Why does it visit this 100 times? I think we still collect. Yeah, we still check if link is in hyperlinks, then I continue. And this is. What is the issue? Crap. match in. So there it does have a match. I mean, otherwise it wouldn't continue. Let's print the whole thing and check this out. I have the feeling that it's like giving us something that's incorrect. All right. Yeah, let's take, I don't know, NL, Programmiertaal. Domain Wikipedia, full domain, nl.wikipedia.org, okay. So why does this not work? If the thing is not empty, then we need to have the full domain in the allowed domains. But I cannot believe that there's no... I mean, these are literally... Is this maybe because of... Wait, let me check one thing. I have one very... print ln HTML. Okay, this will look... Well, let's do this. Well, whatever. Yeah, let's do it here. And then let's do a few. I have the feeling that the thing backslash and backslash. I have the feeling that this is like only the sidebar, because that does contain added in all the languages and stuff, and not the actual page, because it might be an iframe or something like that. Not sure. If you have any clue, drop me a comment. Okay, let's see. Yeah, this is not... Let's see what the last thing is. Here we go. Footer icons, copyright, media wiki. But that's the very bottom, I think. Yeah, that's these two things. Oh, but maybe this is the entire thing and it loads this as an iframe. Well, the easy way to find this out is to go here and can you search here? Ah, yeah, I guess. iframe. No. Okay, let's check out how this page is done. So this whole thing content, side notice. That's like, wait, that's all there. And the links are actual links? Yeah. Oh, they're internally linked. Oh, that's why they don't match Wikipedia. Okay. We're not even matching them because they don't contain HTTP. Oh no. Yeah. So for the Wikipedia again, this is kinda unfortunate. Well, this would require me to change quite a lot of stuff. Haha, ouch. That's an apt reaction. Yeah, I'm because it would require me, of course, to change the RegEx, which is not horrible. And as a matter of fact, maybe you would want to stay. It's very iffy, because the problem is that if you generally remove it, you can't really find out if you visited the same page already. Of course, for this type of thing, we don't really care. We don't really care. Fucking hell, we would need some way to... Because you see, if you hover over it, like Chrome is clever enough. I mean, it's a huge application to realize that this is actually en Wikipedia, la la la, the full thing. And of course, that's not so easy if you just have the string. I guess. I was about to say, I guess you could do... I guess you could do... If it starts with a slash, which is the only legal way that can be, is if it's a link on the same page. Sorry, same domain. That in that case, we put the full domain in front of it. That could work. The problem then still is that the RegEx. Let me check how I implement this. The RegEx, where is that used? Find URLs. So here we find. Yeah, I guess we can do like this or a slash. Let's give this a shot. Because we don't really care about the thing itself, actually. Yeah, good work. Wait, what? All right. Href. I think it doesn't like the... Yeah. Okay, so here we could say anything out of the set being... And this is all its own letter. How do you do that again? Capturing loop? And then we have to again say that we do not care about it. Hey, what the hell? No. I think if you do it like this, you don't need the thing. Yeah, okay. And now we do need this. No. Or a forward slash. Hey. Now we're talking. Let's quickly make sure that this actually is the reason that this works. Yes, okay. Nice. That was nice. Nice and quick. Oh shit. Okay, let's now repair all the stuff. So everything we escape, we have to put 2 in front of. So like this, and this needs 1, and the GM goes away because we don't care. I think like that, and I save it for you again. And we update this. If you want to play around with it. Do we have any other ones? No. Okay, find URLs. This returns a string. Where do we use that? Then we say build hyperlink. So in here, yeah, if URL starts with slash, then fuck, that's not gonna help us because we need to pass the own. Yeah, this needs to be this needs to know about the current hyperlink. Current link. Otherwise, of course, we cannot know what the thing is. Build hyperlink. I guess. Well. Whatever. I put it in the front here, so let's put it in the front there as well. Okay, so if the URL starts with a slash, then essentially we do a completely different matching than this. More or less. Yeah, let's see which parts we might be able to take over. Oh my god, why is this so horrible? URL starts with slash. Right, then we need the URLs actually already wrong because we want to have the full thing. Oh, and then it's gonna be pain in the ass to know if HTTP works or not. Well, we'll find out. HTTP. I mean, cannot really do S because I mean it would be that it doesn't work. Oh wait, I can take the one from the current link. Current link dot protocol, and now we should have something in the protocol that is like what this looks like printed out, you know, HTTP like this. And then here we say val what the hell is this? Literal or something like that. It's a string. So now we have access to that literal. Right, we don't need the slashes or anything because that's already there. Now comes this. Current link. Now we want a full domain. Schema. Schema, what do you mean by schema? Please elaborate. I don't know what you mean. But I'm sure it's a nice idea because this is starting to get a bit ugly. Sorry, full domain. Yeah, and then we just append our URL because we know at this point that it will be slash something. This should work. And at that point, we obviously want to save this val complete URL and use that here. Oh, URL without protocol. Am I just gonna copy that? Oh wait, I never realized something. We do it like this. Then we can reuse this stuff here. No reason to have this twice. Sorry, return if it starts with that, then we do this. Else, just URL. Ah, right, and this is complete URL. And then we use this here, here, and here. I think. Yeah. Looks promising. So now the nice thing is that we hid away the fact that something can be just a slash behind the interface of the HTML parser, which is, if it does work, pretty nice. So this we don't need anymore. Let's see. Yeah, let's just run it. Let's see what we would expect to see. Yeah, of course, the current link. HTML parser. And we also use it. Shit. So you need a hyperlink to build another hyperlink. That makes no sense. And at this point, I don't like that it's this way around. Right, so if this is null, if we just assume we have to, if current link is unequal to null, let hyperlink take a nullable. Oh, did you mean the exact same thing? Sorry, where the hell did my terminal go? Ah. Oh, it works again. The only thing, oh my god, it's super fast. Wikipedia is very fast servers. I also fear that I'm gonna get like a ban or something, you know, because my IP address does so many requests. Yes, you did mean the same. Nice. That's cool. Right. Sorry. Something I felt I missed. Yeah, here. Retrieve hyperlinks. Ah, you still give it first the current link. Yeah, that's kind of weird, I guess, if then it's the other way around. Well, not really. You say this and this is the HTML. Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah, let's quickly make this only like 3 or something, because I want to see what this prints if it doesn't look so ugly. By the way, Anderson, if you want to share, where are you from? I wonder. Would be interesting to know. So, sorry, where are we? True, because it does match. So we print a hyperlink. Yeah, we can skip that, I guess. And we print if it matches the first pattern. Seems to be good, and we're also getting somewhere. Oh, that's pretty cool. So let's shoot again. Holy shit. Right, we only visited a few since we limited to something. 3. Well, makes sense. We visited 3. Ah, that's working. Now, what would be... I'm from Tanzania. Wow, nice. That's pretty cool. Very far away. So we have a pretty, as far as I can tell, at least, pretty global audience with Netherlands, United States, and Tanzania. Well, to answer your question, I'm originally from Germany. Was born and raised there, but I'm living in the Netherlands for many years by now. So yeah, yeah, pretty nice. Like, it doesn't get much more global than this. Pretty cool. Nice. Right. Sorry, I got sidetracked. This is very cool. I'm excited. So we have, yeah, we're getting somewhere. Okay, these are like, how do you say? These are files, some image. Not really helpful, but I think it's also not horrible. You know what? We have to commit. This is way too many things happening. Right, let's see. Crawler. What the hell happened here? Okay, yes. We added the whole stuff with that. Yeah, let's do this first because it's a bit of the easier one. Even though if you commit that, then this is not matching anymore. Let's try that. Add literal holy shit, representation of protocol of a protocol. Right, this I'm not gonna commit yet. No, yeah, we should. I'm gonna commit it thing by thing, whatever. Allow for allow for same domain URLs when parsing. And the crawler got used to, or both of them, I guess. Whatever, add more options to crawler. Cool, and this bad boy. Yeah, no, that's not done yet. I mean, let's skip that for now. Okay, so you do more hops. What else? Let's unstage that. Yeah. And I'm gonna push because we accumulated quite some stuff. So next is we receive back everything that we visited. Yeah. So next we would want to just see once we reach to URL, I guess. Honestly, I think we're not gonna make it very far, because how likely is it that you ever reach Niagara Falls? Then though, I don't know. Let's just give it a shot. So since we add on top of this set, yeah, this is a bit of a, it's a set, right? So that's a bit critical, because is there a mutable like ordered set? I know that the set by in Kotlin is ordered by default. But still I would like to, is there some way? It's a linked, what is this called? Linked mutable hash set or something? Implementation of the mutable set interface backed by a linked hash map. Yeah, in that case I'm gonna use this, since then does this have a linked hash set? Sorry, I'm speaking and not explaining. So what I want is that this has an order to it, such that you can, if you iterate through it, it still makes sense. It would have done the same in the other one, but it's really unclear otherwise. Well, to be fair, linked hash set. Well, yeah, it's a linked set. So let's return the linked hash set. And then we say, how to do this? I mean, of course, what we can do is just for visited in her, and then iterate, like increase our thing. Although I wonder if there's a nicer way to say. We could do take until or something like that, or while we haven't seen it, but then we still have to count. So in the end, it's still a for loop. Anderson, do you have any clue if there's a way if there's a way to say, oh, we could do index. Well, but it's hyperlinks, so we could transform them, I guess. Well, that would work. Visit hyperlinks dot map it dot URL in the hope that and then is it just index off? The function has unclear behavior when searching for none or zero values. Use index of first instead and continuous behavior. Ah, wait, this is for an array. Index of first is fine. Index of first to URL. And I guess we return that. You know what? I'm just gonna print it. Print ln. And now it's the time where you would want a proper logger, because then I could say, oh, turn off the logger from the crawler, because I'm not really interested in all this stuff. But I still want to have the crawler of the, sorry, the logger of this. Well, yes. Took hops from URL to URL, and let's put these in quotation marks, and this goes in here. All right. However, I would suggest rewriting crawler to have a next method which goes to the next level of the polyglot tree. Yeah, it's a very good idea. That is a very good idea. Yeah, I think I should do that. All right, what's the problem here? Type mismatch. Is URL not a string? What? Oh no! Wait, index of first. Wait, is this, does this work? Oh, index of first is a ah, okay. Ah, so you can test an entire. Okay, that's kind of nice. It equals to URL. Okay. That way we can always check after every breath that has been searched and see if our URL has been found. If not, call next again. Yes. So you mean you want to go, you essentially want to go breadth first but depth first in the case that we didn't find it? Is that what you're saying? So you want to call next once we hit search and see if not, call next. Ah, I see. Huh. Holy shit. I do kind of wonder that. Look at this. Almost 40k stuff in this queue. Took -1 hops, yeah. But we do get around. We do get around. However, we're kind of stuck in the programming niche, I have to say. As you can see. But we do move around Wikipedia, which is very nice. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna let this run. No, it always breaks yields after every iteration. Yeah, anyways, it should yield. That's the first thing. And not you know, yeah, it should give control back to the other thing, and then we can call that. Yeah, that's a good point. First of all, it should break yield after every iteration. So yield back. So you mean once we have one, we did one level in the tree, we yield, and then describe again. And then if we did find it, we're continuing to the next level, because it's kind of already what happens with the queue now, right? The only thing that should now is that we have to run through the entire thing and then check, was it in there, which would be nice. Yeah, and I see now your point. I think we do it level by level, check, hey, did we find it? And if yes, then we can short circuit. Otherwise, we have to do this. That was your point, right? I think. Exactly. All right. Yeah, precisely. The other thing I guess that would be cool is to use like channels or something of Kotlin, such that you just stuff everything you found, the crawler stuffs it in a channel, the other side reads it out in a separate coroutine. And then just closes the channel once it's done. And then this crawler can still like spam as if there's no tomorrow into the channel, and the other side just tells it when it's too much. Or you make the channel that has like some limit, so it does block at some point once it's like cannot hold up, even though checking if you found something should be way quicker than actually doing the request, so that I think there's no problem. And we're back in the in the programming. We did make it out of there. Norwegian inventions, pretty good, but then all of a sudden we're back in Julia. Yeah, okay, I think one thing, since first of all, I 100% agree with what you said, Anderson. This would definitely be a big improvement. However, I think I should go to bed soon. Looking at the clock. So what I will do is run this another time now with you with a lot more hops. Is this too many? How many do we do per second? Quite a bit. Channels would be overkill. Yeah, maybe. I mean, wait. How long did this take? Not super long. Well, let's start with 10,000 and see where we get. Almost that we start from a new every time. Why don't we try going from Kotlin to Java? What do you mean? Like now or in the next episode? Those are too many hops, yeah. Let's try it. Let's try with this. Okay, I would say holy fuck, so much. I kind of wonder that Wikipedia is not like blocking my IP address. Because it's more like a, I mean, I know single IP and everything, but it's more like a DOS at this point than anything else. Holy shit. Yeah, so what I was about to say, I think I'll run it again with this or a bit more hops and see where we get. The thing also is, right, that technically you're in a graph. I mean, tree is just a graph really, but you don't know in which direction you have to go, right? That's a bit of a problem. There's not even a proper pathfinding you can do. Of course, what you would do if you play actual Wikipedia game is, I know I need to go to Niagara Falls, so I would probably go to, yeah, and here, for instance, I saw that it says on the page somewhere St. Petersburg. I saw that earlier. Go away. St. Peter. Yeah, so probably you would go here and then you would go, right? That's how you would do it. River, and you would go to Niagara Falls sooner or later. Which this thing cannot do, so you would have to teach it that. To be a bit clever what it chooses next. That would be pretty cool. But then how do you do that? Requires a lot more work. Because I feel that even if we have, so my point being that even if we have the yielding, right? That it's a bit more clever about when to stop and can short circuit. Even if we would have that, I think we would not really find something anyways after very many hops. Because we're just like shotgun blasting into Wikipedia. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, that's what you mean, Kotlin to Java. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Anyways, let's quickly see. The thing is, what I find very interesting, this is something that, yeah, would be quite interesting to think about, because it stays like in the niche very well, like type erasure, type conversion, net framework. You know, it doesn't really get out of this niche very well, which is very interesting. I mean, it's a I remember back like graph theory to in university. This is probably counting as a very densely connected network. So if you would think about all the articles about one thing are like one subgraph and then they're connected at some point. So it's likely graph theory wise that you stay in the same network. Yeah, we can see if the algo works. Yes, let's do that. I totally agree with you. Niagara Falls was sadly too ambitious. Java. Although I think Java is gonna be too easy. Are you sure? We can do this. We can do Java the island. Well, first I'm gonna do Java the Java. It's a language. Language. Ah, here. Yeah, let's go with that first. Because you have a very good point. I think this will be like one hop or something. Pretty surely. Let's do 100. Yeah, we're stuck in the same subgraph. Yeah, this is the you could even. I mean, okay, it's very. I don't know how to say what I'm trying to say. You could have. This is like quite a nice like theoretic idea, you know, that you know, theoretic computer science wise, not even this applied stuff. Oh wow, nice idea, Anderson. We made it, and I'm not sure if that's correct because honestly, I would. Maybe. I mean, here. I mean, it's here, definitely. Ah, yeah, but of course we're doing breadth first. Yeah. So that doesn't necessarily help. No, wait, it should help. We're doing breadth first. Yeah, no, it should help. We see this before we go into, I don't know, cross-platform. Okay, then our algorithm, our algorithm is wrong, I guess. Because it should not take 43 hops. At least this works. That's already nice to not have -1. Do you have does any one of you have a clue why this happens? Because I don't. So we say index of. Let's print this and see what the hell that even is. Oh, it's just the 43rd in position. Oh, I understand. This is just happens to be the third. Sorry, I'm messing up the words. At the 43rd link on this page, which makes sense looking at how many links there are. I mean, this is all link. So this right. So then Anderson's idea comes back into play. We would need to do it level by level because that's an actual hop. What we did just now is not even a hop. Right? Shit. Yeah, that's it. So this is actually max hops. Yeah. It's also a misleading name. Because we're returning all the ones we saw, and this is one of them we saw. Yeah. Let's see. Visited hyperlinks. We could return a set of sets for each layer. Let's just try that, maybe. And then we don't really care if they're sorted or not. Right, so each time we have a new layer, how do we detect that? So if we think about the queue, we add 1, 2, 3. 2, 3, 4. And once we go to 5, we would have to realize that this is a new layer. So we kind of need in the queue some points to have to realize that something is, that we break to a new layer in level in the tree. Probably with counting is the, yeah, that doesn't work though. I was about to say you could count how many you saw, but then if you skip some because they failed to be requested, that will mess up everything. Wait, I have one other idea that actually would... Wait, would it help? No, not really. We need the next method. The thing that we also kind of need at this point is, well, not need, what would be kind of nice at this point is if this thing returns an actual tree or graph or something, and not just a set of, hey, these are links we saw, which is pretty nice, but yeah, we do need the next method. Yeah, the problem is to implement that is gonna take a bit of time. Yeah, first of all, let me rename this because that doesn't make any sense. Max visited or something like that. Yeah. You know what? You know what we're gonna do? I think I will have to continue this with the next method in another video. I really want to still add it because first of all, Kotlin is my favorite language, and second of all, we're almost there. But looking at the time, it's getting very late over here. So what I will do for now is cheat a bit and say took iteration from somewhere to somewhere. I know that's not well, it's correct now, but still it's bullshit. But I hope you understand. Yeah, what I would say is I'm gonna run this again now, and see if it still works. And it doesn't. Oh yeah, I changed some stuff here with the hyperlinks. I think this is all I changed. And what I was about to say, I'm gonna run it again, and we see. Max hops. Oops, this is still max. Okay, now. Before I start talking, thank you. It works. Before I start talking, right? Yes, I want to do this refactor, but it has to be a follow-up stream. So I think what I will quickly test is with like 1 or 2 other links that are close enough to see if it works as well. And then we just print iterations for now. Yeah, not so nice, but yeah, as you say, Anderson, it's quite a big refactor. And then I'll just do a follow-up stream. Yeah, one final question to you now, since I have you here anyways. If you have any feedback, what to do next time or improve upon, then let me know. Otherwise, I think I'll also drop you my Discord name in the chat if you want to just message me. Would be nice to keep in touch. If you want to. If not, then ignore it. Yes, this still is fine. When is the next stream? Yeah, I think probably. Well, I think this week I can probably not make. Well, maybe. I mean, I would want to try to make it like you know, kind of scheduled, but we'll have to see. I still have one other video that I want to release on the regular channel that I need to record this week, and it will take quite some time, recording, editing, blah, blah. So honestly, I think if I say next Monday or Tuesday, I think I can keep that promise. Does that sound good? From Kotlin to the Java island, you know what would, yes, let's do that. Would also be nice from the Kotlin island to the Java island, because in case you didn't know, I maybe Anderson, you know, that the Kotlin, also an island, in Russia, St. Petersburg. Right, took 43 iterations. Yes, this looks good. So let's try that. Should we do from Kotlin Island to Java Island? That would be quite nice. Kotlin Island. Does it say was never named after Java? Haha, here we go. I wonder if it can... Next Monday sounds good. Yeah, that's fine by me. You know what? Since you stuck around for so long, I'm gonna make it after your schedules, and since Monday I have nothing planned yet. That sounds good to me. Alright, let's see if we can make it from Kotlin Island to... It's quite funny because this says Kotlin Island, the other one is Java. Well, makes sense. Not that popular. I probably have to have more hops visited. The thing is, we only know it once it completely ran, so this would be really improvement with the thing, with the... By the way, I noticed from Kotlin to the Java island actually would also be on the same page, because I got the link from here. So this would only be a bit more actually than 43. It would be like maybe 60 or something. I'm not sure if it already was there. Really stuck in Russia though here. Polensk, Murmansk. Yalta. Yeah, I think I'm not on Discord, but very active on the Kotlin Slack. Are you there? Yeah, Kotlin Slack, great. Yes, I'm there. Yeah, you'll find my name. I'm gonna type it out for you. Add me there. Or not, that's not the add, right? Just drop me a message. Yes. There you go. Actually, Spongodonk I already had on Discord, so yeah, then we're all set. Yeah, let's keep in touch. And yeah, message me on the Kotlin Slack. Sounds like a good idea. How many visited things did I give this? Is around 1,000? But that feels like we visited more than 1,000 already. It's obsessed with Russia, yeah. Holy Java C. I saw Java C for a second. Oh, almost, not quite. Yeah, it's really interesting how small these subgraphs are, right? That we thought about earlier. What? 19 iterations only. Ah, so it must be on the page itself. We iterated for 10 minutes for, well, almost nothing. Java program? Oh, with its Indonesian island. Funny. Okay, I didn't see that. Do you check just YouTube? Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. You're very right. The thing is, I only have like one external monitor, and the external monitor is a tablet. It's not a monitor. So I only had one thing open. So oh no, did you write me something on Twitch? And I didn't see it. Yeah, because I tried to stream this to multiple things. The answer to your question, sadly, is yes. I'm only checking it here. Okay, there's something to fix for next time. I'm very sorry. That should be better. Yes. So the thing is, on YouTube, because Twitch doesn't have this, kind of have this feature, but not really. On YouTube, I can schedule the live streams, and you'll see them on the channel. And I think also get some notification if you're subscribed, so that would be a good idea, I guess. But on Twitch, you can do these schedules, but only like for an actual schedule. So yeah, I don't know. I don't have that yet. I will set it up if it turns out that I do it like exactly at the same time every week, which would be nice. But let's see. Yeah, next time I have to check both. That's a very good point. Cool. Well, final thing, and then I'm gonna call us a day, and we're gonna continue with the refactor that Anderson alluded to next time, or one after. Maybe I'll do some other language first. We'll see. Let me see if I could have opened it, I guess, on... what I wanted to ask, does someone have some final to, from, and to points that they want to see? Then let me know. Or any other questions, or any feedback. I'll stick around here for another few minutes. This has been very thorough, thanks. Yeah, I have to say, since I started from scratch, right? Quite nice how far we got. And I have to say, it's really curious to me. That's something I really take away from this. Apart from the fact that you're a great audience. No, seriously. Yeah, indeed. Thanks for talking too much. Yeah, thank you for sticking around so long. What I want to say is something I really find interesting takeaway. Maybe you could do something with that in a future stream or video. How much you are stuck in these subgraphs on the entirety of Wikipedia. I find it very interesting, I have to say. It's a nice summary that our algo is obsessed with Russia, yes. Cool. Then I think that's it for the first stream. Thank you very, very much for sticking around for so long. Also to the people that watched earlier. Yeah, next time I'll make sure to also keep an eye on some other platforms, or stream this only on one in the long run. Not sure. I thought because the first one it makes sense to have a bit more, you know. Yeah, cool. If you have anything else, then drop me a comment or message me on one of the stuff we talked about. And Madi Shafi, I hope I also see you next time around. Yeah, if you like this, yeah, consider subscribing to the channel, since then at least you can get notifications from here, because I will schedule them in advance when I do it, like on the exact minute and stuff, and also be there at that time. So that would be nice, of course. And if you know anyone that you could consider that would be interested in watching this or any of the other videos, then I'd be very glad, obviously, if you would share it with them. But whatever you wish. Thanks a lot, and I see you next time around. If you have any feedback, just drop me a comment under some of the videos, since there's no public space, I think, that you can drop them on the channel. So yeah, cool. Thanks a lot, guys, and see you in the next one. Bye.